Hey everyone, Brennan here as we track this potential severe thunderstorm risk in southern Ontario. Now, Adam's not available to stream at the moment. He will hopefully be joining us a little later today as these storms really begin to ramp up. We're not expecting them to really ramp up until like 2 or 3, but we could start getting some severe storms as early as within the next 30 to 60 minutes. So I will be here watching with you and going over, and I'll be jumping in about every 10-ish minutes to provide an update on how the storms are progressing. But just for a moment, I'm gonna bring up my forecast for today in case you haven't seen it. You can find a link to it in the description below if you're watching on YouTube. There's more details in there, but we have a widespread risk in deep southwestern Ontario, extending into the Golden Horseshoe, including the Niagara region, Hamilton, Toronto, and northeastward into Peterborough, and then Belleville, Kingston. You're in the widespread risk. Today, the main risk will be damaging wind gusts, but we could also see large hail. There is a very, very low chance of a tornado, particularly to the east of Lake Simcoe at the moment. That's where the data is really pointing towards, but it's very questionable if it will happen. So today, the main risk will be strong winds and large hail. We also have an isolated risk into central Ontario along with the Ottawa Valley, including Ottawa, Renfrew, Bancroft, Bracebridge, Huntsville, Aurelia, Barrie, Collingwood, Hanover, Orangeville, Goderich, Kincardine. So those areas could see a few isolated storms, but the main risk is expected to be along the Lake Erie and Lake Ontario shoreline today and the Highway 401 corridor. So we'll be watching that. And I'm going to switch back over to radar here. We have two areas of under the severe thunderstorm watch issued by Environment Canada. We have one down in southwestern Ontario along the Lake Erie shoreline, and I'm going to read the details. So they're mentioning localized rainfall amounts up to 60 millimeters, wind gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour, and this is going to be this afternoon into the early evening. And we also have another severe thunderstorm watch along the northern Lake Ontario shoreline from Oshawa through Cobourg into Belleville, Kingston, all the way up into Brockville. And let me check the description on that. I would guess it's probably similar. Yes. Localized rainfall amounts up to 60 millimeters, wind gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour when this afternoon and early evening. And we're starting to already see a bit of development with this cluster of storms to the east of Peterborough, heading into the Campbellford area. Just gonna check here. Nothing on velocity at the moment. Just gonna check from a different radar here. Seems to be the strongest area so far that's developing, and sort of expected this area showed up the strongest in the data. So we'll have to keep a close eye on those as they develop. And we're seeing a few cells developing in eastern Ontario. We see this near Cloyne, North Frontenac, Bon Echo. So we'll keep an eye on how those develop. They're moving into an environment that could support severe weathers in the next few hours. And we're starting to see some developing. Unfortunately, which has been an ongoing problem, is the Exeter radar. It has been down for the last day. They haven't said that it's an outage per se, but we haven't been getting data for the last day, so it's presumed to be down again. And of course, we have storms developing right where Exeter would give us a good view of them. So we're going to have to rely on the radars that are further away. We're starting to see some development. This one has my eye to the north of London right now. It's sort of popped up in the last few frames and it's quickly strengthening. So we'll see what that does. Could have a bit of a hail core in there. But right now it's a raining mess up into Muskoka, Algonquin Park, Barry's Bay. Let's just see what this area does. Because models did indicate that it might strengthen as it tracks into eastern Ontario. So I'll keep an eye on these storms. I'll pop back in like 5 to 10 minutes once we have a new radar frame and we'll go through it together. So stay tuned. Hey everyone, Brennan back. We got a new radar frame, so I'm going to take a look at how the storms are developing in southern Ontario. We'll first start in the London area where we're seeing some development here. Yeah, that storm near London's really ramping up. We'll see what it does. As I said earlier, the Exeter radar is unfortunately down, which has been a trend the last month. It seems to come back up and then it disappears for a few days. We seem to be having trouble keeping it up. So unfortunately, we don't have a good view of those storms to the east of Lake Huron. So we're relying on radars further away. We can kind of see there's a storm there, but it's kind of hard to tell when it comes to wind gusts and rotation because these radars are shooting up higher in the storm, so anything we see is more elevated and unlikely to be reaching the ground. Keep an eye on how those are trending. This guy is gonna go, we'll track it here, about to track into Thorndale, eventually Zora, Woodstock. That's where this storm is tracking, and then this storm to the north here, Mitchell, Moncton, Perth East, Newton, Wellesley. So we'll keep an eye on that one as well. And we're seeing a little pop-ups that new. Now it's kind of been there for a bit, but this one is tracking into Mono, just north of Orangeville. Gonna track into the Schaumburg area, eventually Newmarket. So we'll keep an eye on how that one's developing because the environment is strongest around Lake Simcoe to the east here. We're continuing to watch development in eastern Ontario where we have the severe thunderstorm watch in effect for the Cobourg, Belleville, Kingston, Oshawa area, as well as Brockville. So far, nothing's catching my eye too much at the moment. Still fairly early. We weren't expecting things to ramp up until... What's happening here? That one has a little... Have to keep a close eye on this storm. I don't like the shape. It's kind of got a little bit of a hook developing there. I'll wait until one more frame. We should be getting it soon to see what's going on here. I might put a minor rotation notification on it for this one. Tracking through Myers Cave, eventually into Kirk Cove, Coxvale, Burke Settlement. We'll keep a close eye on this one. And then we saw a new storm that just pop up near Charbot Lake. So far, just a lot of rain for Ottawa. It's questionable if the Ottawa region will get severe weather today. We have them in the isolated risk, but the latest models are mostly pointing at southern sections of eastern Ontario, so like Smith Falls, Brockville, Kingston. That seems to be the target zone for eastern Ontario today, but we can't rule out an isolated storm in the Ottawa area. We'll keep a close eye on it. And this storm seems to be the most dynamic at the moment. Just waiting to get a new frame on that. We should be getting it any moment now. And now we'll see what's happening there. Looks like we have a new frame from King City here. Storm continues to grow as it heads through the area, Logan, Moncton. This storm is tracking. Got it. It's tracking this way. If it will let me draw. There's the arrow. So this cluster of storms is roughly tracking this way. I'm just going to stop drawing here so we can zoom in. So this storm will eventually track into the Elmira area, just to the north of Guelph. And then that storm is eventually going to track into the GTA, so we'll see how that one develops. And then see a little pop-up in, just checking if there's anything in Michigan to be concerned about. Seeing some pop-up storms in Michigan as well. These could eventually track their way into deep southwestern Ontario, which is why we have the widespread risk for deep southwestern Ontario, because expecting these cells to eventually move across the border. I did see a little pop-up just to the northeast of Sarnia over Lake Huron. That one just came out of nowhere the last few scans. So we'll have to watch how that one develops. I think we should hopefully have a new frame for Franktown. Yes, we do. See what the storm is doing. Eastern Ontario. Still fairly messy in terms of rotation and velocity data. I don't really see that hook anymore. So we'll keep an eye on it. A comment, storms near Lansing, Michigan have a landspout tag on the special weather statement. Interesting. I'm gonna check in the back. Actually, I can bring it up here. Just give me a moment. Can look at the non-supercellular index from the SPC mesoscale analysis. Can show us if there's any landspout potential and funnel cloud potential. If it will load. Oh, it looks like it's loaded. Seeing any environment right now for landspout potential, but they may have had a report in Michigan. Check on that Lansing storm that she mentioned. Oh yeah, I can kind of see it. Definitely. Yeah, right there. So we'll be watching it as those storms slowly track into southern Ontario from Michigan. We need to see what they do. I'll just bring up my forecast again for those that missed it. There is a link in the description if you want to take a closer look at this map, like zoom into it, and we have the detailed forecast, the link in the description, so be sure to check that out. But we do have a widespread risk from deep southwestern Ontario, including Windsor, Leamington, Chatham, Sarnia, St. Thomas, London, Woodstock, Tillsonburg, Brantford, and into the Greater Toronto Area, including Hamilton, Niagara, Toronto, Mississauga, Guelph, Kitchener's right on the line, Newmarket, Oshawa, Peterborough. Tweed, Belleville, Kingston, Picton, and Brockville. So those areas have the highest chance of severe weather today, and we're kind of already seeing that with the storms developing. They will slowly track to the north and east while moving to the south as the front moves through. So the focus will be along the Lake Erie and Lake Ontario shoreline. We had some question asking where Adam is. So Adam right now had to step away from the live stream. He's not able to stream at the moment. He hopefully will be back in an hour or two. It's unsure. He had a bit of something come up. But I'm here for now, and I will jump in as needed as these storms ramp up. And if I see anything interesting on radar, I'll bring it to your attention. But Adam will hopefully be here for full storm coverage in an hour or two, hopefully. But until then, we'll continue to watch these storms. See, I think we just got a new radar update. That one near Coxville still looks interesting. To keep a very close eye on how that one develops. Strongest storms in southwestern Ontario continue to be these ones to the north of London, tracking for the Huron-Perth area. They will eventually make their way into Guelph, Elmira, Fergus, and maybe potentially the GTA. We'll see how they develop. Seeing a little bit of a pop-up heading into Oakville. Another thing I didn't mention is that flooding could definitely be a concern with these storms, especially if they move into urban areas that don't really handle flooding well, and the storms seem to be fairly slow moving at the moment. So if we get storms training over a particular area for several hours, I wouldn't be surprised to see some flooding, so that'll be something we closely watch. Little bit of a storm popping up near East Oxford in eastern Ontario here. See how that one develops. I'm gonna switch over to SPC mesoscale analysis, but I'm gonna look at the supercellular composite. And see what the environment is doing. Do I have it? Oh, I see. Auto. There we go. That should load it up. Yep, we're starting to load. You can see the ones in eastern Ontario is in this stronger environment. You can see highlighted by this blue circle. I believe that's a 2. It's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, that's a 2. So those storms that are the strongest in eastern Ontario right now are in actually the strongest environment right now. We're seeing a developing environment near Owen Sound. This developing area might start strengthening as it tracks into Southern Ontario. We'll have to keep an eye on that because we see some environment to the southeast here over Owen Sound. I'm gonna switch back to look at the non-supercell tornado because it wasn't loading last time. Oh yeah, I can see it now. We do have some funnel cloud potential with these storms as they maybe track into the Kitchener-Brantford area, Guelph. Seeing a bit of an environment, not super strong for funnel cloud potential, but it's not, you can see right here, this one's only zero point 0.5 for the non-supercellular tornado index, see? And we already have landspout potential on the storm near Lansing, Michigan. So it doesn't take much for these storms to potentially produce funnel clouds, and in rare cases, these type of funnel clouds can touch down and become a weak tornado, which is known as a landspout. These type of tornadoes are rarely picked up on radar, so we aren't really able to give advance notice to them compared to supercellular tornadoes that have visible rotation on radar that can help us indicate if there's tornado potential. I'll turn that off for now and we'll go back to looking at radar here. Yeah, there's a lot of development around the Smith Falls area, Perth. That's a new frame. Continues to be a little bit of something. I may do a minor rotation notification on that one. It's been going fairly steady here. Just give me a moment here. Gonna have to turn back on. Turn on storm tracks. Perfect. And this is the one I want. So I'm just gonna borrow the polygon from this one. Give these people a heads up that we're tracking a storm that's strengthening and could be showing signs of minor rotation as it heads into Mississippi Station, Lanark, Bell's Corners, Coxville. Make sure I got the right direction. So I think I'm gonna edit that a bit, and I'm gonna shift it. I have a feeling it might try to take a southern turn here. So we're just gonna cover that. Just in case. Is it located near Coxville? We've detected minor rotation on radar with the storm located near Coxville, traveling to the east towards Mississippi Station. In rare cases, minor rotation can produce a wall cloud, funnel cloud, or possibly even a tornado in its lifespan. It also has the potential to produce damaging wind gusts, hail, or flooding in some cases. And that's going to be a blue notification, and we're going to send that out. So those in the Mississippi Station area would have just got a notification from our app. Oh, didn't want to send. I think it still went through though. Should still go through. And it looks like a severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for the GTA as well, which makes sense because we're seeing those storms developing north of London. And yeah, it posted, so we're good. I'm just going to clear that polygon, and I'm going to bring up so we can see it on here. You can see it right here. It's one near Coxville. Gonna refresh here so we can see the latest if it work. Oh, 1 second. Be right back. Just give me a moment, please, to log in here. Think we're good now. Let me put up the radar. So as you can see, we have the severe thunderstorm watch that was just issued, well, kind of extended into the Greater Toronto area. See it here. So it includes all of the GTA now, standing along the Highway 401 corridor into Kingston. Fortunately, we don't have the Exeter radar, as I was saying earlier. It's been out for it's been playing hide and seek a bit. So it comes back up for a few hours, then it goes back down for a few days. Fingers crossed maybe that few hours is this afternoon. So we could really use it with these storms that are in the London area. Continue to follow these developing storms in southwestern Ontario that are eventually going to make their way into. I'm going to turn off storm tracks for now because I don't really like them on there. So this cluster right here, draw it on here for you, is going to eventually make its way into the GTA here. So we'll keep a close eye on how that one's developing. It's going to track through the Kitchener area, Guelph, Elmira, heading into Mississauga, Toronto. So we'll see how that develops. There's also some pop-up storms to the south here through the Niagara region. So far, nothing catching my eyes in terms of these pop-ups, but we do have some minor funnel cloud potential in this area, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see funnel cloud report with some of these pop-ups, and we can't really necessarily see that on radar. And so we kind of have to rely on reports. We're also seeing some storms developing around London. Not sure if London will get much from, at least from these cells, but we'll have to watch these developing storms along the US border that just developed around Sarnia. See what they do. This one that I did the minor rotation notification on. Check that one from a radar further away to see what it's doing in the higher levels. You can sort of see a bit of something going on there. Not super strong at the moment, but this is the strongest environment that it's moving into. Oh, it looks like we have a new frame, and I don't like the looks of that. It's been there for a few frames now. Hard to tell if it's noise, but it's definitely got an interesting shape to it. I'm just gonna draw here to show you where it's moving. Yeah, that one's fine. So this is the area of concern right here. And then this is sort of wants to move. The last few scans kind of wants to move it due easterly, kind of like that. So Robertsville, Tay Valley, Harper, Alderson, eventually maybe Perth with this storm. We'll keep a close eye on it. Clarendon Station, Burke Settlement. It's got an interesting shape to it. The velocity data is quite noisy. You can kind of see how anything that could be potentially rotation is not connected to the storm. So that gives me a belief that it might be noise, but it's definitely got my attention. It's probably the most interesting storm so far of today. We'll keep a close eye on how it develops. We got the notification on it, and that will eventually track into the Perth, maybe Smith Falls area. We have to see because sometimes these storms can change their direction as they're developing. We've seen that in the past where they go to the northeast, then they start shifting to the south. So we'll have to keep a close eye on how that one's developing. We're continuing to see some storms, so this one seems to be getting going. Maybe a bit of hail heading into Belleville shortly. So if you're in the Belleville area, let us know what you're experiencing once that storm moves through. Just give me one moment. I'll be right back. Alright, and I'm back. Wow, Habs316 coming in with a super sticker. Thank you so much. It looks like Environment Canada has extended the severe watch to cover these storms that we're monitoring near Burke Settlement, which makes sense that they would wonder what they mentioned in it. Give me a moment. I'm just gonna check. No, they don't mention any tornado potential in it. Continue to watch these storms in eastern Ontario. As a reminder, my name is Brennan. Adam is currently unable to stream, but he hopefully will be with us shortly. But until then, I'll be covering these storms. I'll pop in and out as needed as the storm's strafing, and if there's anything interesting that pops up, taking a look here to see if we've gotten any new pop-ups. This one over Lake Huron is currently strafing a bit. That could eventually make its way onto land over near Blue Water, Grand Bend. We'll keep a close eye on that one to see how it develops. And this cluster of storms is heading through the Kitchener area shortly, is just to the north of Stratford. You can see here it's moving sort of southeasterly now. So that's going to go right into the Kitchener-Guelph area eventually, maybe the western section of the GTA. So Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga, Milton, that area will be watching. And we're watching some pop-up storms in the Niagara region. Probably getting some rain in St. Catharines. But nothing too concerning right now with these pop-up storms. And we have a pop-up near the Waterford area through the Norfolk area. I believe we have a new frame from Franktown, so I'm going to see how that Coxville storm is. Still got a bit of a... Is that a new frame? Yeah, it is. Sort of noisy, but it's still got an interesting shape to it here. Even this one near Christie Lake, Tay Valley. Someone says no sound. Does everyone hear me? I assume so, because people aren't complaining. Yeah, either you need to refresh because your stream is out of date, potentially. We had someone ask about Smith Falls, so yeah, you're getting a storm right now in Smith Falls, and eventually these ones that are have the signs of rotation near Burke Settlement, maybe this one in Tay Valley, could be coming into the Smith Falls area perf. We'll be keeping a close eye on them. So far, no warnings from Environment Canada. We just have the severe thunderstorm watch for this area, but I wouldn't be surprised as they're strengthening here. I'm gonna check from a different radar here. Yeah, they're definitely getting going. Actually, speaking of Smith Falls, you could be getting some hail soon. Amazing Person 3409 coming in. Could be some rotation southwest of Smith Falls too. Storm is a bit too close to radar, but tilt 3 and 4 show it pretty well. Thank you for raising that. Very right that the radar being so close to the storm can obscure it a bit. So you can see velocity here. We'll go up to higher tilts here. Yeah, you can definitely go back. Yeah, right here. Wonder... That might need a rotation detected polygon on it. At least minor. We'll watch it for one more frame and see what it does. You went offline when you spoke of Tay Valley and Christie Lake. Can you repeat? So yeah, we're watching these storms that have minor rotation. They have interesting shape to them, maybe a potential hook. There's two different areas that we're watching with this. There's this one near Burke Settlement, and then this one near Tay Valley. And these are sort of moving kind of to the northeast here. So they'll eventually move into the Perth area. Pidou Ferry, Port Elmsley, eventually maybe Smith Falls. So that's what we're watching right now for those storms. Just waiting for a new frame. We should be getting a new frame shortly from Franktown with these storms, and we'll see what they're doing. And take a quick glance at what we're dealing with in southwestern Ontario, where we also have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect. along the Lake Erie shoreline into the Golden Horseshoe and along the 401 corridor. Storms that were developing near London sort of seems to be dying out a bit. Maybe not. They were weaker on a frame there for a moment. They're not as strong. Keep an eye on those. So I've been saying Exeter's down, so unfortunately we don't have a great view of those storms. King City can provide a bit of a view as they get closer to the GTA. Pidu Ferry is a typo, it's Rito Ferry. Okay, thank you. I'll make a note of that. We recently switched our city labels, so there's a few different tweaks we need to make with them. But this storm is the strongest of the cluster in southwestern Ontario at the moment. And I will draw an arrow in a moment. So they're kind of tracking southeast-ish. So these will make their way into the Kitchener-Guelph area soon. I know we had some question about Kitchener, so yeah, you're going to get a storm here soon. Remains to be seen how strong it will be. So far, there's no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. You're under a severe thunderstorm watch in the Kitchener area. So if these storms strengthen, I wouldn't be surprised if you eventually get a warning. And we're seeing a storm popping up south of Toronto over the Lake Ontario shoreline here. So if you're looking out from Toronto over Lake Ontario, you probably see this storm developing here. Have to wait to see what it does. And I believe we have a new frame here. Check on higher tills. Definitely something there. Sort of hard to tell because the radar is so close that obscures the data a bit. I'm gonna check it from higher levels here. Yeah, there is a bit of something there. I might do a minor rotation notification on that area too, near Smith Falls. Yeah, if it's not rotation, there might be a bit of a downburst potential with that storm there. Heading into Merrickville. Yeah, I'm gonna do a notification on that. Bear with me. Do I want to do that? Actually, I'm gonna do it by drawing a storm track. If I can find... Can write storm tracks. Oh, yeah. Actually, I'm gonna include... Oh, no, we don't want to do that. That's better. I'm gonna include that Tay Valley storm as well. So it's sort of coming out of my polygon here. I don't want to do that. Expand that a bit. That looks good. Just gonna make sure that's following the polygon. Maybe a bit to the north here. Sort of. There we go. Oop. Want to edit it a bit. I think it's more. That's better. There we go. Just bear with me. I'm doing a minor rotation detected on polygon on this storm near Smith Falls. Near Smith Falls, tracking into the Merrickville area. Near Smith Falls. Towards Merrickville. Sure I got that correct. M-E. Yep. Looks good. I'm going to remove this. So we detected minor rotation on radar with the storm located near Smith Falls, traveling east-southeast towards Merrickville. I think it's sort of like east-northeast. That makes more sense. East-northeast. Towards Merrickville. In rare cases, minor rotation can produce a wall cloud, thundercloud, or possibly even a tornado in its lifespan. It also has the potential to produce damaging wind gusts, hail, or flooding in some cases. So we're going to do a blue polygon on that one, and I'm going to send it. Yes. Hopefully it doesn't kick me out again. Yay! Didn't kick me out. So we did a minor rotation polygon on that one. That will be popping up soon on the radar here. This whole line is kind of developing. Have a new frame on here. I think it's the same thing. Yeah. These ones to the east are looking interesting. Oh. What's going on here? Sort of detached from the storm, but I'm gonna check it from a different radar. Maybe. And keep an eye on that one. It could be potentially heading into the Cornwall area. Continuing to watch that storm, tracking into Kitchener. So far, nothing's catching my eye in southwestern Ontario. Storm with velocity is looking maybe eye on that area near Linwood. Don't think so yet, but we'll watch it. It's kind of hard to tell because, as I've been saying, Exeter is down. So we don't have a good view of what those storms are doing. We're using radar further away, which can make it a little more messy to tell. I'm going to check back in eastern Ontario here. Just going to refresh one sec. See if that polygon shows up. There it is. Oh, so we do have that one in the polygon too, so that's good. We continue to watch. Should be getting a new frame soon in eastern Ontario. I'll take a look at what that's doing. Looks like Belleville may have gotten missed. Oh, we were talking about Belleville Township to the north. That's what got me, because actual Belleville is to the south. So it's to the north of Belleville. We gotta fix that. Because we got two Peterboroughs too. This is Peterborough County down here, and this is actual Peterborough. So it can be a little confusing when there's two different locations for the same city on the map. Make note of that and get it changed so we don't have more confusion. It looks like we have a new frame. Let's see what these storms are doing. That kind of fell apart a bit. So when you're heading into Morrisburg, we'll keep an eye on what it's doing. Just give me a moment. It looks like a severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. Let me see where it was for. As for that one we were looking at in eastern Ontario here. Yes. So Environment Canada has issued a severe thunderstorm warning in eastern Ontario. I'll bring it up in a minute. Just gonna update the ticker. Bear with me here. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued in eastern Ontario. I'm going to turn off the watch here so you can see the warning area. Turn off the watch. So the warning is fairly expansive. It covers this line that we've been watching, tracking through the Smith Falls area. Perth, Smith Falls, that's the strongest area right now, and these are heading east-northeast into eventually gonna draw here. You can see these are the ones that are warned. This one as well. That was weird. I guess it doesn't let me draw twice. So I guess I will just do that one. And then, no. Why are we doing that? Okay. I'm just gonna draw an arrow instead, so you can see where these are going. Doesn't seem to want me to draw more than one thing at a time. But these are heading east-northeast. Smith Falls is getting it, Merrickville. Flooding could also be a concern because these are kind of training one after another. So those are our first severe warning storms of the day, and I'm gonna take a look to see if Environment Canada has updated the details. Yeah, they have. Oh, it looks like they've warned it mainly for the rainfall potential. That's interesting. So I don't believe the wind is an issue, which kind of makes sense because if there's anything there, thunderstorms are located 15 kilometers southwest of Ardagh to 85 kilometers east of Rideau Ferry, moving east at 50 kilometers an hour, rainfall up to 50 millimeters. Locations in the path include Sharbot Lake, Marbley, Perth, Rideau Ferry, Smith Falls, Jasper, Merrickville, Spencerville, Williamsburg. So those are the areas that's under the severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. And I'm gonna take a look at the storms developing, tracking into the GTA soon. These ones are heading through the Kitchener area. Keep a close eye on this. That is interesting. Continues is very, very broad. You can see it here. I'll highlight it if it will let me. This area, it has my concern heading into the St. Jacobs area, and you can kind of see we just got a new frame here. You can see it kind of continues here. It's very, very broad. Yeah, it really continues into the St. Jacobs area. And that's gonna head right into Waterloo, Kitchener. Keep an eye on that one. Look at it from a different perspective. Buffalo's showing it as well. You know what? I'm gonna do a polygon on it to give those people in the Waterloo area heads up that we're watching this one. Go minor rotation on it as well. Minor rotation with this storm located near St. Jacobs. traveling east of east towards Waterloo. I'm gonna go Kitchener-Waterloo. In rare cases, minor rotation can produce a wall cloud, funnel cloud, or possibly even a tornado in its lifespan. It also has potential to produce damaging wind gusts, hail, or flooding in some cases. And that was near St. Jacobs, traveling east-southeast towards Kitchener-Waterloo. So if you're in those areas, you will get that notification shortly if you have our free app. If you don't, go to instantweatherapp.com and you can download it on the App Store or the Play Store. You can also type in Instant Weather in either of those platforms and you can download it. It's free to download. And you will get notifications like this that I'm sending to our community members in those areas. So I did that one. Waiting for it to send. Any minute now. Hopefully it doesn't. Ooh, weak success. So we notified 9,400 people in that area for potential minor rotation on that storm heading into the Kitchener area. And I'm going to refresh it so you can see my polygon that I just drew in this area here. I don't want that. I want, you can see it right here. So near St. Jacobs. I also covered more of the storm because it's kind of hard to tell what it's doing with the radar being so far away. Too bad we don't have Exeter because that would have been great. But unfortunately, this is what we're dealing with. So those in the Kitchener area would just got our minor rotation notification. Krista says, got it. Great. I got it. Kitchener, perfect. So everyone in Kitchener knows what's up. Watching that. And stay on the storm for a few more minutes because I know some people who got that notification will be just joining our live stream. So we're watching this storm tracking into the Kitchener Guelph area that has minor rotation on it. We don't have the Exeter radar, which provides us a better view of it, but there's very broad, and it shows higher up in the storm as well. This area has our concern. Hawksville, St. Jacobs. So we're keeping an eye on that storm. It also has severe potential. Wouldn't be surprised if Environment Canada issues a severe thunderstorm warning as it continues to grow. Keeping an eye on it. We'll see how it develops. And I'm going to take a look at our severe thunderstorm warned in Eastern Ontario. And as a reminder, my name's Brennan. I'm here filling in for Adam. He's unable to stream right at this moment, but he should hopefully be joining us within the next hour or two. He's dealing with some stuff that popped up, but he should hopefully be joining us soon. And then he will be providing full storm coverage. But until then, I'm going to keep an eye on these and look at this one heading into Merrickville here. That has my concern. Definitely high up in the storm here. Oh, yes. That's definitely concerning near Merrickville. It's a picture that just came up on Ontario Storm Reports. If you have any storm reports and it's safe to do so, please take your safety first as a priority. But if you are able to, please send in your reports to Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook. And for a chance to appear on the stream, don't forget your location and the date and time when it was taken. That's very helpful in figuring out what storm it could be related to? Continue to watch this Merrickville storm. It has my attention. Actually, I'm gonna take a look at it higher up in the storm here. Oh, yes. Definitely some high-level rotation in the storm heading through Hemlock's Corner, South Branch. I might want to update my polygon because it seems to be going a little bit to the south now instead of north. You can really see it popped up. This is higher up in the storm, so this might not be reaching the ground, but it definitely has our attention. We can really see it from, I'm going to switch back over to the US radar. You can really see it here. Actually, I have storm relative velocity. So why don't we look at that? Doesn't really help much, but you can kind of see something there. Heading into Merrickville. So if you're in the Merrickville area, I would be seeking shelter because it does look like this could have some rotation associated with it, especially higher up in the storm. I'm going to give it one more frame, and I might do an orange polygon on this for rotation detected as it tracks into the Merrickville area, Hemlock's Corner, Snowden's Corner, Garrington, South Branch. Please be on high alert in those areas. Once we get a new frame, I'll come back to that and potentially do an orange polygon on that. But I'm going to see what our storm in the Kitchener area that we had minor rotation on that I did earlier. Maybe still there? Sort of hard to tell. It's very, very noisy. Let us know what you're experiencing. I see some comments. No rain in Kitchener Alpine area. Yeah, I think it's just on your doorstep. Yes. So right here you can see the storm right here is near St. Jacobs, tracking into the northwestern section of Waterloo and Kitchener, but it will be moving in your direction, so you should be getting some rain within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised. We'll keep watching that one. We should be getting new frames shortly, and then I'll take a look at Franktown again to see what that Smith Falls storm is doing, because it has my attention. It looks like there could be some hail within this storm through the Waterloo region. See some hail too, New Hamburg. This is tracking to the southeast. So that area could eventually track into Cambridge here. It's raining sideways here at St. Jacobs Markets. Thank you for the report. So we do have some wind reported with these storms. If the rain is going sideways, and it looks like we have a new frame, might be a good sign. I'm not seeing anything particularly strong in the Kitchener area right now. It's not as focused as it was when it was near St. Jacobs. Yeah, there's a lot of reports, really windy in Waterloo. So that makes sense. We continue to watch this one in Smith Falls. Trying to it continues to be really high up in the storm. A lot more focus there, kind of shifting southeast, still in my polygon, so I'm just gonna leave it for now. But if it starts getting outside of it, because it kind of wants to, you can kind of see there's like a hook there. So if you're in this area has my concern. Eston, Merrickville, Hemlock Corner, should be seeking shelter in those areas. Wait, is that Merrickville proper? I think Merrickville proper might be up here. Yes. So it's more to the south of actual Merrickville. This is like the county. So we're having the same issue as we had with Belleville is we have two locations on the map. One is for the county, one is for the city. So those continue to look strong and they have hooks on them, but we do have the minor rotation notification on them. So we'll keep a close eye on them. One second. Wow, look at that photo we just got on Ontario Storm Reports from the Jasper area. So that's for this storm. Is Jasper. I know it's in here somewhere. I'm gonna search it instead of going on a hunt for it. Just to save time here. What? Ontario. Ah, it's this storm. So it's right here. And you can see, looks like a bit of a wall cloud on that one. Heading into, got quite the impressive structure on it. Thank you, Jody, for sharing that on Ontario Storm Reports. And as I said, if you have any reports, please share them if it's safe to do so on Ontario Storm Reports. You can find that on Facebook. I have a link to the group in the description of the YouTube stream. So if you're watching on YouTube, you can find the link there and you can go and send your reports. Please include your location and, if possible, the time it was taken. That's extremely helpful, but these storms are looking quite dynamic as they track through Merrickville area. We continue to watch those. And we got a video report. Thank you, Linda. Good solid rain in Waterloo, some wind and thunder, 2 p.m. on Thursday. So if you see, all the details are in the post. Kudos to Linda for including all those post details. It looks like we have some wind and rain in Waterloo at the moment. We continue to watch these storms tracking into the Kitchener area. I've heard reports of some wind in the St. Jacobs and Waterloo area, so the storm is producing some wind. Remains to be seen if it's reaching severe levels. Environment Canada doesn't have it under a warning right now, I believe. Actually, one second. Switch my apps so that I get notifications when a warning is issued. So those are the two main areas we're watching right now. Be still some more developing. There is a pretty widespread severe thunderstorm watch. I'll just bring up here. Do. There we go. So you can see the severe thunder. Oh, it looks like Environment Canada may have put that area under. Did they? Yup. So we got a severe thunderstorm warning just issued for the Kitchener area. It looks like Kings City, it's like a couple west of Guelph. Let me look. Okay, I can sort of see what you're saying. Yes. This area right here tracking into the Guelph area. It's very, very broad near Mary Hill, but we do have that area under the minor rotation polygon. Just had a comment. Where's Adam? So right now he's not able to stream. He should hopefully be around in the next hour or so. He's not quite sure when he's going to be able to stream. He's dealing with some stuff, but hopefully he'll be back soon. But until then, I'm going to keep an eye on these storms. Mary Hill. Yeah, that one continues to look, and it kind of lines up with the reflectivity here. What does it look like higher? Oh, yeah. So yeah, there is a bit of something there. We'll keep watching for another frame because that sort of just popped out of nowhere. We'll see if it lasts for one more frame. And I might do an orange polygon on that if it continues. I'm just looking at what. Okay, Environment Canada has it under a severe thunderstorm warning. Strong wind gusts, 90 kilometers an hour. Locations in the path include Waterloo, Kitchener, Guelph. But we do have that area under the minor rotation detected polygons. We got that covered for now. We'll see what it does in the next frame, and maybe we'll give them another heads up that something is happening. Amazing person 3409. The US radar is showing rotation higher up on the two supercells in eastern Ontario. I'll take a look at that. I believe we should have a new frame. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I can see that now. And you know what? I'm gonna do an orange polygon on those. They've gone on too long. And they're kind of moving out of my polygon now because they've kind of moved to the south a bit. So I'm gonna do a orange polygon on those ones. So bear with me. Actually, I'm gonna look at them from the US radar. I think that will provide a better look at them. And I'm gonna switch to, don't mind me scrolling all over the place. Yes, those are concerning. So we will do a new notification on those ones. Are they moving south or are they moving southeast? Storm tracks want to. Yes, they are. So we'll do that, and then I will do an orange one on those. We got that one covered. Apparently I got the singing bug from Adam too. That's concerning. I can see why he does that. Don't want wind gusts, nope. Rotation detected. We've detected a rotation with these two storms. One located Near Smith Falls. Is it near Smith Falls still? No, that's near Merrickville. One near Judgeville. We'll go Judgeville. Located south of Smith Falls. And another located near Merrickville. These are tracking to the southeast. Tracking east, southeast towards. What is a big. Augusta. We'll go with Augusta. Augusta. Please be safe in the path of this storm. There we go. So we've detected rotation on radar with these two storms. With two storms, one located south of Smith Falls and another located near Merrickville. Tracking east-southeast towards Augusta. Rotation on radar. Indicates the potential for the storm to produce a tornado in its lifespan, and we're gonna go orange on that one and send. So for 900 people in our polygon, you're gonna be getting notification from our app that will say rotation detected with these two storms that are showing high level rotation high up in the storm. And we got that one covered. I'm going to refresh here. Oh, Toledo, July 9th. And that's this storm here. You can see Ontario storm reports here. Why isn't it showing up yet? Should be showing up. Oh, there it is. So you can see. These two areas have my concern. This one near New Biss is very concerning on high up here. This one near New Biss, just north of Toledo, very concerning. See here, it's very tight. And that's heading right into the New Biss area. The actual rotation seems to be moving to the northeast, but the storm complex is moving to the southeast. East-southeast. That makes more sense. Definitely very concerning there. I'm going to take a look at. Oh, yes. So if you're in this area that I just sent out the polygon for, if you got that polygon, you should be seeking shelter. These storms are looking quite dynamic. Let us know what you're experiencing, please. And while we wait for that, I'm gonna look at the Kitchener storm, and it looks like they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning into the Guelph area. I believe Guelph was in it, but they've extended it into Milton now. Which makes sense because that storm is tracking into the GTA, at least the western GTA. So you're going to get it in Milton, Oakville, Burlington, Hamilton eventually. So keep an eye on that. Let us know what you're experiencing, please. Mike coming in with a super chat. Thank you very much. I'm in Guelph, caught in a huge downpour. Yeah, that makes sense. Could be some hail to the south of Guelph too. You see a bit of a hail core here developing. So the south part of Guelph. It's like we got another report on Ontario Storm Reports. Dark clouds over my house in Kitchener. Thank you, Shelby, for that report. Keeping an eye on that one. And we got a storm that just popped up in Toronto. That explains why I see... Huh. It's definitely a lot of scud with that cloud. I'm just looking out my window right now. Looking towards the north at this storm in Toronto. I'm down around the waterfront. I'm looking up here. And it definitely looks interesting. Definitely a lot of scud with it. Gonna keep an eye on that. Could be a funnel cloud potential with these storms as well, as we've been mentioning. So we'll be watching that. Gonna see what these Eastern Ontario storms are doing. I don't think we have a new frame yet. We might have one from the US radar. Believe we do. Yep, rotation continues. The strongest area seems to be this new BIS one. This one seems to be getting a little more broad. Still could be a risk, but this one seems to be the most concerning near new BIS. Let's see if there's any... CC can be quite a correlation coefficient. Can kind of be a little bit unreliable at that levels. So we're gonna wait and see what that does. We're continuing to watch. And as a reminder, my name is Brennan. Adam is currently unable to stream, so I'm keeping an eye on the storms. So far, just two areas of concern. So the one near Kitchener, that's under the severe thunderstorm warning, as well as the one in eastern Ontario near Smith Falls that's under a severe thunderstorm warning as well, and has two pockets of rotation on radar here. Report on Ontario Storm Report, watching it roll into Flamborough. I believe that is that this area? I believe it is. Yes. That's what I thought. It's near Hamilton. Yeah, I was close. So they're looking at this storm that's coming in from Guelph, Kitchener, Cambridge. I'm going to take a look at weather stations in that area because we might have from the Kitchener airport, it might be reporting some wind gusts that can tell us how strong it's getting. It's been a huge drop in the temperature. At 1:52, it was 28 degrees in Kitchener-Waterloo. Right now, like 20 minutes later, it's currently 19 degrees. That's a 10-degree drop in less than an hour. That's impressive. Just checking. We've seen it on... I think the cold front has arrived, needless to say. So you're definitely going to get some relief from the warmer weather. We're about seasonal right now, but it's going to go below seasonal, at least for the short term. It's going to warm up later. Looks like Guelph reported 60-kilometer wind gusts. Check the Kitchener. Kitchener went up to almost 80 kilometers an hour, gusting up to. So it continues. I don't really see anything too. Definitely some strong wind gusts heading into eventually Cambridge, Milton, Burlington, Oakville. Draw here. This area is likely going to see the strongest wind gusts from the storm as it continues to track to the southeast. See, there was a bit of rotation near Guelph, but I believe it's kind of fallen apart. So that was the area right here. Actually, I'm on storm relative velocity. This was the area right here. And on the net frame, didn't really continue. So we'll keep an eye on that. Environment Canada does have it under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we have a report from Dallas on Ontario storm reports. The view from Smith Falls looking southwest looks like a decent storm building up. 1 second here. So we continue to watch these storms as they move through. Oop, what did I do? There we go. We'll refresh. So we have the latest data here. Continue to watch these storms in eastern Ontario that continue to look quite dynamic. This one near Jasper really has my concern right now. Look higher up in the storm, you can really see. Get higher up in the tilts. See right here. This area. Into Wolford Center, North Augusta, Clenonville. Looks like we have a video from Arthur Elmira at 1:37. Some rain. Lady Asri says there seems to be some interesting rotation near Crosby on radar. Is that this storm? Is there a different one? Where is Crosby? I know it's in eastern Ontario. Oh, Rideau Lake. Ah, yes. I see what you're talking about. Wonder. Let me look at what storm relative velocity is looking like. It might be stronger on US radar. I'll check US radar. Oh, why am I high up in the tilts? Yeah. Still continues to be elevated rotation near New Bess with the storm heading into New Augusta. That other area kind of continues, but it's not as focused as the New Biss one has started. Looks like we have a impressive video from Cambridge around 2:15, loose but wide rotation, which was hard to see until the other outer wind gusts picked up dirt and rain. Wonder if that could be a potential gustnado. Kind of has that look to it. So we're definitely seeing some strong wind gusts through the Kitchener-Cambridge area. I can see a storm developing in Toronto right now. It's right over my head. Definitely some interesting rotation in the clouds, but nothing's developing. It's a lot of scud right now. Keep an eye on it. Whoa. Is that a new frame? Or is that the same one? That might be a new frame. But this one heading into crystal right now. That very concerning. And that's heading into North Augusta, McLeanville. And we do have rotation detected polygon on that one. And this one near Rideau Lake. Second. We continue to watch these storms in eastern Ontario as well as the Kitchener area. My name is Brennan. Adam is unable to stream at the moment, but he might be joining us later this afternoon. And it looks like Burlington and Mississauga has gotten a severe thunderstorm warning. Is to be expected as the storm is tracking into the GTA. Just came through, so it should show up soon. Let me just refresh here. Let's see if we got the new warning yet. Nope. Looks like there's a report that Atlanta just shared in the team chat. Let me go look at it. Yeah, it definitely looks like some rain and wind in Espler, Cambridge Waterloo area. Hearing reports of pea-sized hail in the Cambridge area. Wind, heavy rain. Can see on the side here the Ontario Storm Report stream. Taylor posted, I just took this. Looks like downtown Toronto has a storm coming. And I can confirm the clouds are moving very fast above my head. Don't seem to be doing anything, but a lot of low-hanging clouds. Mostly scud. Take a look at the environment in the background here. Continue to watch these storms in eastern Ontario, now moving out of the Smith Falls area to the southeast, Merrickville, Augusta, Odensburg, eventually Brockville, gonna get a storm, Morrisburg, maybe Cornwall. We'll see if they make it all the way up to Cornwall. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for this whole line. Environment Canada did have it under for rain. Oh, Environment Canada has a tornado possible tag on that storm that we had minor rotation detected on. So Environment Canada does agree that these storms have tornado potential. Wind gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour, rainfall up to 50 millimeters, and tornado possible. Locations impacted include Smith Falls, Merrickville, Rideau Ferry, Williamsburg, Newborough, Jasper, Spencerville. So if you're in these areas near the Merrickville area, I'll highlight the area of concern that you should really be worried about. This area here. If you're in this area, you should be seeking shelter. We have the rotation detected polygon. The strongest one doesn't look as strong on Franktown. That might be why Environment Canada decided to go with tornado possible in the severe thunderstorm warning instead of issuing a full-out tornado warning, because the rotation so far has been fairly high up in the storm, so it's questionable if it's actually reaching the surface. But it continues quite strong heading into North Augusta at the moment. This one. That's a concern right now. Just checking. It seems to be going more to the east. So I'm just going to draw an arrow here if it will let me. So kind of that area is going to be the main risk with this area of rotation. North Augusta, McLeanville, Augusta, and eventually Johnstown. Is it Jonestown? It is an instant weather live stream if I'm not pronouncing stuff correctly. Looks like severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Toronto, I believe. So I just got the notification. So give me a moment here and I'll take a look at that one. Yes, because these ones are very developing. So flooding could actually be an issue in the GTA with these storms. Because they're kind of training over a particular location. Oh, hello. Okay, this one's noisy. Let me look at it from Buffalo, because maybe I wasn't imagining things because the clouds are quite intense above me. Definitely could have been some hail that went through the east end of Toronto here. East York, Scarborough. Let us know what you're experiencing, please. I can see the storm, but I'm not getting anything yet. I just see the storm. Yes, Toronto just got the severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go for the details in a moment. I'm just updating something. Continue to track these developing storms, moving into the GTA and eventually the Niagara region. That was sort of what we expected would happen. I'm going to refresh here to see if we have the details for the Toronto warning that was just issued for the GTA. Yep. So I'm going to look at it here. Is it the same warning or is it a different one? Yeah, it's the same warning. So 50 kilometers east of Guelph to Arkell, moving east at 55 kilometers an hour. Hazards include strong wind gusts, torrential downpours. Locations in the path include Guelph, Halton Hills, Milton, Oakville. And just as a reminder for new people joining us, my name is Brennan. I'm filling in for Adam, who's unable to stream at the moment. He might be joining us later this afternoon. But in the meantime, I'll keep you updated on how these storms are progressing. And we're mainly watching two areas today, right now. The storms that are tracking that just went through the Kitchener area. Kitchener, you're good now. The storms are out of the Kitchener area. It's mostly tracking into the western section of the GTA as well as developing storms through Mississauga in Toronto. And we're watching storms in eastern Ontario as well, where we have some rotation detected. And Environment Canada has a severe thunderstorm warning that mentions the risk of a tornado. If that was to happen, it would likely be in this area near North Augusta, where there has been sustained upper level rotation tracking into North Augusta. But on the last few frames, it's kind of weakened a bit. Wasn't as strong. When it was near New Best, it was very focused. See over here. See here, it was very focused. But it's kind of fallen apart a bit. It's not as focused. We'll keep an eye on it. And we got a report from South Kitchener. Some rain. Once these storms move across the border into upstate New York, they will no longer be a concern for us. We'll have to watch what direction they're going. They could be a concern for Cornwall, maybe. But it looks like they're gonna go stateside based on they're kind of moving due east with a little bit of a northerly touch to them. So we'll see if they stay in Canada. Kind of looks like they're gonna miss Cornwall based on the current track. But you're definitely getting some rain in Cornwall right now. Seeing some. Are these new? They've kind of continued. Nothing too concerning right now, but we'll keep an eye on those. I think this line here might be separate from the cold front that's sweeping through that we just saw. Might be the same thing. Because these are definitely being driven by a cold front in the Kitchener area because we've seen like a 10-degree drop in behind these storms. So while these storms are scary, they're going to be providing some relief to those behind the storm because we're going to see quite a substantial temperature drop. Kitchener went from 28 to below 20 in the matter of 30 to 45 minutes, which is quite impressive of a temperature drop. Got some hail moving into the Milton area. We already had pea-sized hail reported, and looks like we got a video. Some motion in the clouds. This is near Brantford. Thank you, Lisa, for that report. This area has a bit of a hail core going through Milton at the moment. Might track into southern sections of Mississauga. It's kind of like going that way. Whoop. Stop drawing. See, it's heading through Milton, then to the south of Mississauga, Erin Mills, Clarkson, Port Credit, just between Mississauga and Oakville. That seems to be the strongest portion of the storm in terms of hail. What's going on here? Huh. Could be some strong wind gusts here. I'm gonna look at it from a different radar. King City's not really picking up on it. But this area is looking interesting. Might be noise, but it's kind of been consistent heading into the Burlington area. What are you experiencing in Burlington? Yeah, we've gotten a lot of reports of strong wind gusts with the storm as it moves through. Not quite sure if it's reaching severe levels yet. I haven't seen any reports of 90 kilometers an hour or more, but Environment Canada does have it under a severe thunderstorm warning, so you should take that seriously. I'm just gonna check to see, because that storm, there's not really any weather stations in the Burlington Oakville area. There's just one in Hamilton. So we'll have to see what that one does as it moves into Hamilton. It looks like, let me look at this one here. No, that one doesn't really help. Guelph gusted up to 60 kilometers an hour. Kitchener went up to 80 kilometers an hour. So far the wind gusts I've seen have been strong, but they haven't reached the severe threshold yet. But we'll keep watching that storm cluster as it moves through the GTA. 30 millimeters of rain so far in Merrickville. Yeah, so in addition to hail and strong wind gusts, the slow-moving nature of these storms could mean flooding, especially if they linger over a particular area for a prolonged period of time. We're kind of seeing that set up here in Toronto. You can see these lines, these storms that have developed ahead of the line here are kind of just training through the city here. Excuse my drawing skills, I don't want to switch the arrow tool. But these storms are still to come here. So if they continue and possibly regenerate, we could be dealing with 1 to 2 hours of heavy rainfall through Toronto, which could be enough to produce 50 to 75 millimeters, maybe more. And as we've seen, when the Greater Toronto Area gets a ton of rain in a short time period, it can lead to flash flooding, especially when you're talking about like the Don Valley Parkway, along the lakeshore area where there's low-lying areas. We've seen those areas flood out quite quickly, even with minor rainfall events, but this one kind of has my concern, at least Toronto. So we'll watch them. And we got some hail heading into the Milton, Mississauga area. And we have some more storms tracking into the Niagara region, these pop-up storms just to the north of St. Catharines. Not really a concern right now. I'm going to take a look at the SPC mesoscale analysis to see. Oh, yes. So that area, what I'm showing here is the non-supercellular tornado indice here. So generally when you see an orange here, it kind of means like a minor funnel cloud potential here. Once it gets into the red level, that's when we see a lot of funnel clouds and landspout potential. But this storm right now is moving into an environment that could be capable of producing funnel clouds. And I have seen motion in the clouds as it moved over Toronto, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. In rare cases, funnel clouds can touch down and produce a weak landspout tornado, so we'll have to keep a close eye on that. It's kind of hard to see on velocity data here because they don't really show up as nice as regular rotation does, as we saw in eastern Ontario with that storm that went through the Merrickville area. I'm gonna Does that continue? Is that the same one? Where did that is that that? Or did I have this is storm relative velocity, so it doesn't really give a good sign. But that storm right now heading into the GTA is looking quite impressive on reflectivity at the moment. Let us know what you're experiencing, Luis. I'm surprised this section isn't under a severe thunderstorm warning yet near Brantford. 'Cause that's really firing up down there. Let me see if it was. No, it doesn't look like Environment Canada has suspended it yet. But I wouldn't be surprised. I'm gonna see what the details said. Did Environment Canada update the details? Yes, they did. Oh, okay, so they're saying damaging 90 to 110 kilometers an hour, so no longer just 90. They have it 110. Interesting. So Milton, Burlington, Mississauga, Oakville, Toronto is in the path of this storm. So be on high alert in those areas. And I'm going to take a look at our storms in eastern Ontario that we've been watching. They continue. About to track over the border soon. They're taking their time. But right now, tracking to Spencerville, Toledo, Merrickville, almost out of it. Almost there. But if there's anything strong, it would be in this area. Whoop. Excuse my poor drawing skills. And these are tracking towards the international border. Whoop. I'm gonna stop drawing, and then we'll zoom in. So if you're in the Brockville area, you're gonna get a storm. Maitland, storm. Ogdensburg, storm. Jonestown, storm. Iroquois, storm. That's basically the story. The areas that I were concerned about in terms of rotation don't look as strong as they were. Let me look at still there. This one seems to be firing up a bit more heading into the Iroquois area. This area. So that one that was near North Augusta's kind of fizzled out a bit, but this one's fired up a bit more as it tracks towards the international border here. We have it in the polygon. It's about to track in the other polygon we have, so I'll wait to see. Got it covered, so if you're in the Iroquois area, I would be on high alert with that storm. I believe Environment Canada still has it under a tornado potential polygon in their severe thunderstorm warning. Just gonna double check here. I think they do. Nope. I think they may have removed it. Or did they continue it up here? No, they removed the tornado potential in the storm. Sort of makes sense because any rotation we've seen looks like the Brockville airport cam has an impressive view. I don't have it to bring up right now, but if you want to Google that and look for the Brockville nav cam, apparently it has a very impressive wall cloud on it. To keep watching this area, it's almost over the international border. Probably like 10-15 minutes away from that. So we will keep watching. And we'll keep watching these storms through the GTA. As a reminder, my name is Brennan. Adam is currently unavailable to stream, but I'm filling in for him. Watching these storms tracking into the GTA at the moment. Flooding could definitely be a concern for the Toronto area along this northern section of the line where there's a lot more rain to move through. Definitely getting concerned about flooding in that area. And Hamilton's about to get a storm. Hamilton isn't under a severe thunderstorm warning yet, which is quite surprising because I would say that section of the storm is kind of looking more intense than the one that's currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. The wind is definitely stronger through Oakville. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we're getting up to severe threshold tracking into Burlington and Oakville. Oh, Kyle from our team is in Burlington and he's saying winds gusting above 100 kilometers an hour. So we have reports of severe wind gusts with this storm. So please take shelter in Western GTA. We have reports of wind gusts approaching 100 kilometers an hour. I'm gonna see if we're getting that on the weather stations in the area. Yeah, it sounds like we're getting a lot of reports of wind, crazy wind in the Western GTA. And I look like, yeah, so for example, the one thing we're watching is very, very sharp temperature drop, very substantial. At about 30 minutes ago in Oakville, it was 31 degrees. 20 minutes later, it's 20 degrees. So that was a 10-degree temperature drop. That's impressive. It's wild. I'm gonna look at the wind gusts. Oh, we're getting up there. Just seeing. Oh, we're over 90 kilometers an hour being reported at Burlington Pier with this storm.
Brennan, please check the team chat.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you were seeing the messages that were coming through.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Almost over the water soon. Continues to be quite strong. Just want to mention as well, Adam's in the background, and he thinks there might be some minor rotation tracking through the Oakville area with this storm. It's very messy, so it's kind of hard to tell. It's about to go over the water, so I'm not going to worry about a polygon right now. But if you're in that area, please seek shelter. We have severe wind gusts reported, and it's like the visibility went from almost zero in Toronto right now. The storm is moving in. It looks quite windy. Hopefully my power stays on. Fingers crossed. We'll keep watching. Just looking at more reports. Give me a moment here. Doo-doo-doo. We continue to watch the storm in the GTA. And we have strong wind gusts reported, damaging wind gusts in Burlington, Oakville. Weather stations are gusting over 90 kilometers an hour. So please seek shelter in that area. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for the GTA. In addition to the rain, in addition to the wind, we could also be dealing with some heavy rainfall through the Toronto area with the northern section of this line that's kind of training over the GTA here. So that's a big concern. It's definitely very windy in Toronto. I can hear it right now. Might be getting some hail in Toronto soon. You can see this core of the storm is strongest part is just over the water at the moment. It's looking quite strong. Cole on our team says rotating like crazy. He's in the Burlington area. Yeah, it's very, very windy right now in Toronto. I can hear it. Very, very intense. Let us know what you're experiencing. Oh yeah, the wind is wild in Toronto. Lots of rain right now too. We continue to watch this storm as it tracks through the GTA. We've had strong wind gusts reported with this line, so please seek shelter. It's about to track into the Hamilton area, just went through Brantford, and then further north along the line, Burlington, Oakville, Mississauga, Toronto. Strong wind gusts, heavy rain, embedded pockets of decent sized hail. I haven't seen reports of anything severe in terms of hail yet, but we've did have some pea-sized hail reported earlier. Very, very windy in Toronto right now. You can hear it going up against the building. Oh, it looks like damage is being reported in Burlington. Oh, Oakville, where Cole is right now. Power outages being reported in Oakville. Gusting very, very hard in Toronto right now. It's howling. so please seek shelter if you're in this area. And as a reminder, my name is Brennan. I'm keeping an eye on these storms. Adam right now isn't able to stream, but he should hopefully be here later this afternoon. But in the meantime, I'll keep you updated on how these storms are developing. And right now, we're watching a developing complex of storms tracking through the Greater Toronto Area, down into Hamilton and the Niagara region. They are continuing to track in there. So please seek shelter if you're in the path of the storm. I will draw on here where it's going. So it's basically this whole line here is sort of tracking to the east here. So this is heading into the Niagara region. So if you're watching from the Niagara region, you're fine this second, but be ready because this line has reported damaging wind gusts associated with it, and it's tracking into the area. We don't have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Hamilton yet, which I'm still very surprised about. 'Cause let me look at just checking the storm weather station data to see if we got any more wind gust reports reported as the storms move through. See, Burlington was the highest one. Let's see what it's at. Yeah, it continues. It went over 90. Let me see what the Hamilton one. Oh, just as I spoke, it looks like Environment Canada has extended the severe thunderstorm warning into the Hamilton area as the storm moves in, which makes sense. Just looking, I haven't seen any other strong wind gusts over severe levels other than Burlington so far. Just looking at all the weather stations around the GTA to see if I can find anything. Nope. But we have reports of damaging wind gusts, and as you can see on here, we have Ontario storm reports. This is the view from Hamilton at 3 p.m. Quite stormy there. And these are moving into the Niagara region. It's about to move. Storms are kind of moving south, so we'll have to see what it does for Toronto. This might be the strongest portion that Toronto gets right now, but hopefully the rain stops soon because if it continues, that could be a very big flooding threat. So Toronto got some storms ahead of this line as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But right now, the strongest concern after these move out into Lake Ontario will become the Niagara region as this portion of the storm continues to move into the Niagara region here. So if you're in the Niagara region, stay tuned. We'll keep you updated as these track into the Niagara region. But as for that, we're also seeing developing storms. We're seeing some developing storms over Michigan with this line. So even though this line is done, we may still have more storms to come. And it looks like we've got some lightning in Toronto. I just saw a big flash. So let's see what this line does as it tracks over Lake Huron. That might actually be. And we continue to watch this one. It's kind of gotten messy. Continues to be severe thunderstorm warned, but it was a lot more organized earlier. There still continues to be a few pockets of upper level rotation here in Iroquois, near Augusta, but they're very, very broad. We'll keep watching them, but they're about to head over the international border, so they won't be a concern for our region anymore. But we'll continue watching them and see what it does. We're continuing to watch this storm. This seems to be the storm of the hour at the moment, with the storm going through the Niagara region soon. Hamilton's getting it, Oakville, Burlington, Toronto, Mississauga. We have strong wind gusts that were reported with it, especially in the Burlington area where weather stations along the pier reported over 90 kilometers an hour wind gusts. We're continuing to watch. Oh, lots of lightning in Toronto right now. I wonder what they just did. They reissued the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Toronto. Wonder if they updated the details maybe to mention the damaging wind. Oh, it's still the same details, 90 to 100 kilometers an hour wind gusts. Milton, Burlington, Mississauga, Oakville, Toronto. Milton's done with it now. You can see in behind the storm. But it still continues through Oakville. There is a hail core right here going through Oakville here. South end of Mississauga that's about to move over the water. And then there's a hail core right here, right about to maybe go over the Toronto Islands here. It's just south of the city. It's not huge hail, it's probably like pea to nickel size at most. Environment Canada has not mentioned the hail risk in their warning, which sort of makes sense. We haven't really heard reports of large hail at this line. The largest I've heard is pea size. And that's probably mostly in these small pockets of pink that's showing up on radar here. The main concern with this line is definitely the strong wind gusts as well as flooding potential for the GTA. See really strong wind gusts right now. Picked up near Oakville, about to go over the water, over Lake Ontario here. But our focus, once it goes over the water, will turn to the Hamilton area as this southern section of the storm. Got a report from Boston, Ontario, from Jeff. Definitely some motion in the clouds there. We're continuing to watch. As always, we love to hear what you're experiencing. If it's safe to do so, you can send your reports to Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook. You can find a link to that group in the description. Don't forget to include your date, location when submitting. It helps greatly. And we might show it up on the stream here. We've heard lots of reports of wind Strong winds in the GTA as this line of storms move through. Starting to see some more development. Windsor is actually getting a storm right now. Doesn't look too strong. So I'm gonna look at it from the Adam's favorite radar. So that sometimes can give us a better view. Oh, hello. Maybe some strong wind gusts tracking into Windsor with this storm. Doesn't look too intense on reflectivity, but velocity is another story. Detroit Airport is kind of excited by it. Hmm. Definitely very wet in Toronto right now. I'm just looking out my window. My window is just covered in rain right now. We're watching this complex of storms developing over Lake Huron. We'll have to see what that does as it continues to track into southern Ontario. Could give another round of storms for this area that just got some. Could be some rotation over Lake Ontario right now. Wouldn't be surprised if it's producing a water spout. To keep an eye on what these storms do as they track in the Niagara region. So right now, it looks like Mississauga's almost out of it. Oakville's almost out of it. Burlington's almost out of it. Toronto continues to get some rain, but this northern section is weakening. The strongest portion of the storm is now over Lake Ontario, but this is where we will be focused on over the next hour, possibly, as this tracks into the Niagara region. So Grimsby, you're going to be getting a storm shortly. St. Catharines, Smithville, Caledonia, you're just starting to get it. Continuing to doesn't look as strong as it was over Burlington, where we had the damaging wind gusts reported, but we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect on this line for Hamilton. Wouldn't be surprised if that's eventually expanded eastward as this line continues to track into the Niagara region. We'll keep watching. If you're in the Niagara region, it's nothing to be concerned about this second, but you should stay tuned as this line continues to track into the Niagara region. It's very slow moving, so you'll have lots of time to seek shelter if you need to. Just continuing to watch the storm through the GTA. I'm gonna jump over to eastern Ontario that we were watching with that storm that had the rotation detected earlier. It's kind of become a rainy mess lately. This one continues to have my attention. It's very, very broad. Fairfield. But so far, nothing has been produced by these storms as far as I've seen. So thankfully, it might be just elevated rotation. It's not actually coming close to the surface, which is what we would require for a tornado to develop. So that's good news. We'll keep an eye on that, but I'm not really seeing anything overly concerning in Eastern Ontario right now. It was a lot stronger earlier, but we'll see what this area of precipitation does as it tracks into Eastern Ontario. We're seeing some Barrie might be getting a little bit of a storm soon, especially the south end of Barrie. Get ready for some rain, maybe some lightning. Nothing concerning on flectivity or velocity at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on them. They're developing. We're waiting for that line over Michigan to see what it does as it tracks into Southern Ontario. I'm going to take a look at the environment that we're dealing with. Bear with me. SPC mesoscale analysis, and we're going to look at the SPC. Supercell parameter. There is a bit of an environment developing ahead of this line that's tracking over Lake Huron. So we'll have to see what it does as it goes over Lake Huron. We'll keep an eye on that. I just wanted to jump over. We're also waiting for storms in Manitoba to develop. We're starting to see some developing in the Brandon area. Unfortunately, the Fox-Warren radar is down. We have the North Dakota radar. That could give us pretty good view. Seeing a bit of a hail course over Brandon. We'll keep an eye on these. We expect as Ontario winds down, or at least gets a little bit less busier as we wait for that second line over Lake Huron to cross, we'll be shifting our focus over to Manitoba and then potentially Alberta and Saskatchewan later tonight. And hopefully Adam will be joining us for that coverage. But until then, I'll be keeping an eye on Ontario as we track this line moving into the Niagara region. You can turn off the environment here. Have to see what the storm does. Looks like some strong wind gusts may be potentially moving into Niagara on the lake soon. And maybe St. Catharines. Keep an eye on that. As it gets closer to the shoreline, I might do a polygon on that. So it looks quite intense, and we did have damaging wind gusts reported in Burlington. And Melissa B brings up a great point. Everyone asking for their region. I can't possibly see every comment. The chat moves far too fast. The fastest way to find out your region is to check our free instant weather app. So you can go to instantweatherapp.com, or you can just go on the App Store or Google Play Store, download it. It will send you notifications when an environment Canada warning is issued, when we do a custom polygon. So when you see me draw a polygon on the stream, you'll immediately know if you're included in it because you'll get a notification from our app. So it's a great companion to our live stream coverage, and it will also tell you if there's like a watch-in effect. You can also view our forecast on it so you can know what we're experiencing. I can't possibly answer every question. I try my best to do what I can if I see it pop up on my screen. But right now, unless you're in This area in the Niagara region, not too concerned right now. Unless you're in this area with this line tracking for the GTA is almost out of it. At least the strongest portion has tracked over Lake Ontario at the moment. But the strongest portion is over Hamilton, that's over land right now, tracking into the Niagara region. So we'll be watching that. We're seeing some pop-ups almost everywhere in Southern Ontario. But if I'm not talking about your particular areas because there's not really anything interesting showing up, could be getting some decently strong winds in the Windsor area, living up to their name. Actual storm doesn't look too intense, but wouldn't be surprised if it's reaching like 60, 70 kilometers an hour, Windsor area. Definitely could be some strong wind gusts. We're seeing some more development moving into deep southwestern Ontario from Michigan. We'll be watching that. And some more development behind the line, tracking just south of London here, this one near Glanworth. Again, we do not have the Exeter radar. It's down, you can see here. It's supposed to come back up tomorrow. I'll believe it when I see it. We're having some pop-ups around Collingwood, Barrie. Seeing a lot of impressive pictures on Ontario Storm Reports of the structure of the storm as it went for the GTA. Interesting shelf clouds on them. And if you did get any pictures and it's safe to do so, please go to Ontario Storm Reports on Facebook and share your photos there. Don't forget your location and date and time if possible. Helps us greatly determine which storm you're talking about. Seems like Eastern Ontario is less of a concern. Doesn't look like Environment Canada has extended the severe thunderstorm warning to include the along the international border, did they? I think they did. Maybe they did? Yeah. But if there's any issues in Eastern Ontario, likely would be flooding here. Let's see what Environment Canada is warning of. Wind gusts up to 90 kilometers an hour, rainfall up to 50 millimeters. So we could see some strong wind gusts with this area. I'm not really seeing any obvious signs of rotation that we were dealing with earlier. And most of the storm has crossed over the international border, at least the one near south of Cornwall. We'll continue to watch this area that's near Augsburg. It seems to be the strongest part of the storm. And Environment Canada has expanded the severe thunderstorm warning into the Niagara region. So I wanted to mention something that I just saw. It looks like there's an outflow boundary developing with this storm. You can see it right here. And as we've seen in the past with these outflow boundaries is that the strongest wind gusts can actually race ahead of the line of storms. So even if it's not raining at the time, you can get the strongest wind gusts even before the rain starts. So that's why when you get a severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada, you should take it seriously and immediately seek shelter. Because even if it's not raining at the time, you can still get some strong wind gusts. And you're kind of seeing it here. Kind of see this area right here heading through Vineland. Excuse my drawing here. Vineland, eventually St. Catharines, Port Weller, Silverdale, Rockaway. This area has that outflow boundary that's developing that could bring strong wind gusts ahead of the line of storms, tracking into St. Catharines, eventually Niagara Falls. Basically, the entire Niagara region is going to be affected. Let us know what you're experiencing in this area, Vineland, Smithville, St. Catharines. I want to know if the wind gusts start before the storm arrives or if it's within the storm. But it looks like Niagara on the Lake could be a big concern. Because this pocket, the strongest pocket of wind gusts are right here. They mostly will, oh yeah, you can really see right here. This area right here. And that's tracking right into northern sections of the Niagara region, McNabb, Coleman's, Niagara on the Lake to the northeast of St. Catharines. I'm actually going to do a polygon on that. I'm quite concerned by that. Just give me a moment here. I'm going to borrow the polygon from here. That's way too big. Just want to give these people a heads up that we've detected possibly destructive wind gusts tracking into Niagara on the Lake here. That looks good. Just gonna adjust it here. A tornado watch was just issued in southern Manitoba, so that will be something we will be watching. I'm gonna do a notification on this one, as this one shows some strong wind gusts heading into potentially the Niagara on the Lake. Just give me a moment here. I'm gonna do wind gust. Don't want that. I think we could be. Let me look at what it's detecting. It's getting up to 110, so I'm gonna go 110. 110. Damaging wind gust detected. So we're doing a polygon on the northern Niagara region heading into Niagara on the Lake, just to the northeast of St. Catharines. We're carefully monitoring a storm located north of St. Catharines. Traveling east, southeast. We've detected severe wind gusts of approximately 110 kilometers an hour with this storm moving directly into Niagara on the lake. On the lake? Yeah. The same storm produced damaging wind gusts in the Burlington area. Okay, north of St. Catharines over Lake Ontario. Traveling east of east, we detected severe wind gusts of approximately 110 kilometers an hour on radar with the storm moving directly into Niagara on the lake. The same storm produced damaging wind gusts in the Burlington area earlier. Please seek shelter. So we're doing a polygon on that. I'm going to do red on that. Significant wind gust detected. Do red gust. Please seek shelter. So those in that area will bear with me for a moment. We're doing a polygon on that. So if you're in that polygon, please seek shelter. We have damaging wind gusts showing up on radar here, heading into Port Weller, Niagara on the Lake. I'm going to refresh so you can see my polygon that I just drew. It will show up in a minute. Let's put it through. There it is. So this area has my biggest concern right now. These strong wind gusts about to track into Port Weller, about to get it right here. It's about to make landfall. Niagara on the lake here, McNabb. So this area is my biggest concern. This will track into here before crossing over the border here. So if you're in Niagara on the lake, please seek shelter. This has very strong wind gusts detected on it. And we had damage reported in the Burlington area with this storm as it moved through. We're continuing to watch this. Impressive structure on Ontario storm reports from Matt. St. Catharines looking towards Hamilton. It's quite the storm structure. We got a report from Oakville, from Laurel. See lots of wind. The rain's pushing around. The storm is quite dynamic as it tracks into the Niagara region. As I was saying, the strongest portion of it appears to be just tracking on land near Port Weller. Niagara on the Lake is a big concern. Just to the north of St. Catharines. I have you in the polygon, but I think the biggest wind gusts are likely associated with this outflow boundary here, tracking into Port Weller. Niagara-on-the-Lake, Coleman's, maybe Niagara Falls, northern tip of Niagara Falls, maybe. We'll keep watching it. Thankfully not as strong on the latest scan you can see as it tracked onto land here, but this area, it could track right into Niagara-on-the-Lake here. Kind of going to the south here. It may just miss Niagara-on-the-Lake and go across the border here. We'll be watching, but this whole area could be quite strong as it tracks through the St. Catharines area. Let us know what you're experiencing in St. Catharines. Oh, it just got a huge lightning strike in Toronto. Still producing lightning in Toronto. And though most of the storm, you can see there's a bit of a hail core over Lake Ontario. We're continuing to watch. But if you're in the Niagara-on-the-Lake area, you need to be seeking shelter because this storm is looking quite intense as it comes on land from Lake Ontario. And we know it produced damage earlier over land as it went through the Burlington area. Continues to look quite strong through Niagara-on-the-Lake, where I have that red polygon that I added here. But this whole line could still be producing near severe level wind gusts. It's under a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm just highlighting the area that I feel could be at most at risk up in this northern area. But this area as well could be still a concern. I'm just not seeing anything that stands out to me. And this area that has the outflow boundary ahead of it could be quite strong as well. So all of the Niagara region needs to be on high alert for these storms as they move through. I just got a tornado warning in Manitoba. You talking about tornado watch? I know they got a watch out there. Is there a tornado warning? I don't see anything.
Where did you get that notification? Because I have not seen anything yet.
Yeah, I didn't think so.
Yeah, just the tornado watch and a severe thunderstorm watch.
That makes sense. I'm assuming they mean the tornado watch that just went out. But that will become a focus in the next few hours. So storms continue to develop in Manitoba and we'll shift our coverage over there. But for now, we're watching Ontario. These storms that are going into the Niagara region. So I've been saying if you're in the Niagara region, you're going to be getting some strong wind gusts. The strongest portion of the storm seems to be tracking just north of St. Catharines through Niagara-on-the-Lake. Let us know what you're experiencing. You can see on Ontario Storm Report from Matt. Pleasant Avenue at St. Catharines at 3:27, so about 13 minutes ago. Quite impressive structure still. As always, please let us know what you're experiencing. You can also do that in the comments, but preferably you can either download our free app and report it through there. Apparently, as Smith is saying, apparently Manitoba is sending out ECC tornado watches as warnings. What? I have to assume they mean like the government app? I know it was having issues a few nights ago. But to clarify, there's no tornado warnings in effect in Manitoba. We've already looked at that. Just a watch. But make sure you have our app if you don't already, instantweatherapp.com. Or you can just go on the App Store or Google Play Store, type in Instant Weather, download it, turn on push notification for your area. You'll get all the latest Environment Canada watches and warnings. You'll get notified when we go live. You'll see our latest forecast up there, both here in Ontario as well as in the prairies. Alana did a great forecast out west that she just posted. So be sure to check that one out on our website. And you can also get our custom notifications for when we do stuff like we notice a particular part of the storm that draws our attention. We'll highlight that as we did for the Port Weller and Niagara on the Lake area as the storm moves through. So yeah, download our app and we'll keep you updated. Nothing to be concerned about. Storms can be scary, but as long as you're prepared and in the know, it's a lot less stressful. It will give you lots of time to know when to seek shelter. So that's our goal here. We continue to watch these storms in the Niagara region. The southern portion seems to be getting a little less intense. The strongest wind gust continues to be just offshore near Niagara on the Lake. Remains to be seen if it will affect the Canadian side of the border, at least this strong portion to the north over Lake Ontario. Based on the direction, I'm kind of leaning towards it being an American concern instead of on our side of the border, at least this part of the storm is kind of tracking to the southeast, so I'm thinking it's going to stay mostly on the US side, but there's still some strong wind gusts right now along the outflow boundary, tracking through Niagara on the Lake. Soon you're about it, Thorold. I know you got some storm damages earlier. It was earlier this month, maybe. That was quite intense. So this area is about to move into Stamford, Niagara Falls, Lewiston in the US, Niagara on the Lake. So this is ahead of the main line here. You see there's not even any precipitation really. So even if it's not raining, the wind gusts could still be happening ahead of the line. You can take a look at eastern Ontario. I believe some of the warnings have ended. Just going to refresh here. Give me a moment. Still continues here, but it's kind of becoming a rainy mess here. Not really seeing anything concerning in eastern Ontario. Looks like maybe eastern Ontario's almost out of it. That was basically the concern from like 12 to 2 p.m. as that storm moved through. I'm not seeing anything getting too organized behind this line. Maybe some strong winds associated with this storm going through Bon Echo. So we will be watching that. Just taking a look around. While our focus has been on the Niagara region for the last 30 to 40 minutes, I want to see if there's anything catching my eye elsewhere. Standard Scanner Storm, Priceville, Creemore. These will eventually track in the barrier area. Storm Salva Berry could be producing some strong wind gusts, not reaching near severe levels yet. Maybe some hail. Let us know what you're experiencing in the south end of Barrie. May have gotten a bit of hail near Essa, Thornton, Innisville Heights, along Highway 400. We continue to watch, seeing what these nothing's standing out to me in deep southwestern Ontario right now, these little pop-up storms. Seeing what this one is doing, it's still developing as it travels across Lake Huron. Remains to be seen if it will stay strong as it tracks over. We'll keep an eye on it. It's not really immediate concern right now, but we'll watch it. We're continuing to watch these storms tracking into the Niagara region. Zoom in here. You can see all the severe thunderstorm warnings have ended for the GTA, just in effect for the Niagara region now. So we wait for this storm to cross over the border. But we continue to watch these developing storms in to the southeast of London. This one near Tilsonburg is ramping up. Fortunately, we don't have Exeter radar, so we can't really see what it's doing. Maybe Cleveland might give us a better view. Maybe. Yeah, it could be some hail going into Tilsonburg shortly. It's really fired up in the last few scans. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Those might be the story after we track these Niagara region ones. Oh, just an update. Adam will be live in 5 minutes, so you're stuck with me for another 5 minutes, but he will join us. There's lots for him to cover. Continue to see the strong wind gusts, right? We weren't sure if it would reach Niagara on the Lake, but it looks like the northern tip of it here is getting into those strong wind gusts. So I'm glad I did that polygon on those areas and we gave them some advance notice. We continue to watch that storm coming to Niagara on the Lake. It's right there. They're going to get the wind first and then the storm. So even if it's not raining, it still could be quite strong with the wind gusts ahead of the line. So you should still be taking shelter in the Niagara on the Lake area. Let us know what you're experiencing in Niagara on the Lake, please. And we just got a new radar update. It doesn't look good for Niagara on the Lake. We're right along the border here. We're getting up to over 100 kilometers an hour showing up on radar here. And it's not too far from radar here. Buffalo isn't too far here, so that's probably near the surface. But that seems to be the strongest portion of the storm, and it could be a bit of rotation with that. Don't like the look of that. But it's almost out of Canada. Almost in upstate New York. Almost. And then the concern will be watching. Says, now grab a guitar and sing about clouds. You do not want to hear me sing. That's one thing we will have to leave to Adam to do. I'm not interested in losing all of our viewership. I want you to stay and watch. I don't want to scare you away. Now the teams. Yeah, no, I'm not singing. Although if you caught moments of the stream, I did hum a bit. So there's that. Might be getting a bit of the Adam singing bug. We continue to watch, and it looks like Adam might be here. I can see
Hi.
him. Hello.
Hello. Can you hear me good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Niagara looks pretty nasty.
Yeah, Niagara on the lake particularly. Right along the border there.
Ooh.
If you look at it from Buffalo, it's wild.
Ooh. Yeah, big downburst potential there for sure. Microburst downburst through Niagara on the lake, which is a beautiful area. And it's still really strong down here as well, too. Tracking east towards Niagara Falls. I don't know if that's really going to reach Niagara Falls, but there still could be some pretty darn strong winds down there. From what looks like an outflow boundary. Here we go, another outflow boundary. How many live streams in a row have we? By the way, Brendan, thank you for covering. I appreciate it. Sorry it took me so long, folks. I was listening in the background as much as I could, and Brendan did a fantastic job. So I appreciate it. Everybody give Brendan a round of applause for having to talk nonstop. It's a tricky thing. But yeah, you did fantastic. And he's notifying people. He did the whole kit and caboodle. We were in good hands. We still are, because Brendan's usually always here somewhere. Always back there somewhere. It's too bad.
Now I go back to the darkness.
He goes back
to darkness.
Lurk in the void. It's really too bad that we don't have Exeter radar. Yeah, that's problematic. We do have photos and videos, though, we can take a look at. We will jump into those shortly. Hopefully everybody in Niagara on the Lake is okay, because that looks like it went through pretty darn strong. The stuff that was near Oakville as well earlier, it did have a little bit of minor rotation on it, I noticed. I remember at one point in time I screamed that out. Like the first time they heard from me in a while, I screamed that out in the chat and said, I've seen some minor rotation, but Bren pointed out by the time we notified, it's pretty much going to be right over the water. So hopefully that didn't have any touchdowns there. Very possibly some damaging winds down there, though. I'm getting reports, because I get all the reports from the app here. So someone said damaging winds St. Catharines, wind damage near Thorold, which is not good. Someone earlier said funnel cloud near Brant. Someone said scud cloud near St. Catharines. Wall cloud near St. Catharines. Yeah, got a ton of reports there. So I appreciate everybody sending in your reports. How is everybody doing, by the way? Is everybody okay? You all right? Let me know. Hopefully you're all right. It is hot in this room. All right. Eastern Ontario. I gotta switch mice here because this is driving me nuts. That's it. The zoom wheel on this mouse is compromised, and every time I go to zoom in, it zooms me out. So I've had enough. I've had enough. It is time to switch it up. Actually, I've got another mouse right here. All right, that one needs to go into meow, and this one. There we go. And then this one needs to go into meow. And okay. I think I've got this right. Okay, and that needs to go over there. And then which one is the less broken one? I think it's this one. Let's see. Oh, that's better. Okay. So much better. So much better. There we go. Okay. You know what? I feel like I'm going to be moving the mouse around a lot. So let me get my little. I still haven't solved the problem of putting something under my wrist so that I'm not destroying it while I'm trying to notify people here. There we go. That's better. So much better. Okay, where were we? Eastern Ontario. We were looking at these storms west of Franktown, west of Ottawa. So far, the models for today, they haven't been that wild. Like they haven't been screaming, huge tornado risk to us or anything. Just mainly a wind risk and hail risk. But there is a little bit of potential for rotation, as we have seen already. Some minor rotation go out. Brandon, did you ever get to a point of rotation detected, or was it only minor rotation? If you're back there, he's probably taking a break. It's been a while.
No, I'm here. There was one in Eastern Ontario near.
Okay. Was that the Smith Falls one?
Yeah, as it tracked in Merrickville, it had like high level rotation on it when you looked at it from the US radar.
Oh,
and Environment Canada did have tornado possible in the severe thunderstorm warning.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Okay. Okay. Good. Yeah, it would be nice to have Exeter radar. Maybe I'll just stay here and see if it loads if we just stay here long enough. What do you think?
I have a feeling you're going to say the exact same thing about Fox Warren when we start looking at Manitoba.
No, it's not down, is it?
It's been down. They're waiting on parts according to the website. So we'll have to settle for KMBX.
Yeah, thankfully there's the NextRad radar, especially in the west. In the east,
unfortunately, that doesn't cover as much of the Interlake, especially with that tornado.
Oh, that's right. Way up north, it's brutal. I'm just saying, for at least for the south, like when Woodlands is down, where there's no radar that can even like look at Winnipeg in any great detail, right? So it's like that. This US one down here, the KMVX, can just barely get to Winnipeg. But Fox Warren's down. There actually already is some storm development here in Manitoba. It's actually looking pretty decent. See what it's at here. Only 1% tornado risk, but 20% severe wind risk on that one. Under a severe thunderstorm warning now in Manitoba. And there is a severe thunderstorm warning up here. At least we can kind of see actually up to Dauphin with Woodlands. So that does help. But that radar, that very, very important radar for today, but a very strong risk in this area is down. So that's a pretty big problem. Severe thunderstorm watch as well in parts of Alberta. Brennan, you know that new thing we did? We created for the alert, like so that you can post them into the live stream here. Did you say something was missing from it? Did it?
Yeah, it wasn't working for Ontario, so I've been doing them manually.
Okay,
but they work for Alberta and Manitoba. I see the watches and warnings there.
Okay,
it's just not showing for Ontario.
We'll look into that. Let's see here. Yeah, that one that went through Niagara on the Lake. Nasty storm. Seen some pretty organized storms down here. I did want to take a look at Cleveland because it sometimes has a really good look at these storms. And nothing really popping out. Let's jump over to reports here and see what we can find from you wonderful folks. How's everybody in the comments here? Adam, make a song about broken radars. Hold on, I'll just mix it into the hail parody from AWOL Nation. Looks like Exeter's down. Fox Warren now. I'll think about the next line there. was going to try some stuff, but it's probably going to work out bad. A few ideas. Don't you guys are this comment thread provokes me. Has anybody noticed that? I swear they know they can just send me into a 2-hour chat about popcorn just with a bit of provoking.
Tell me about it. They were trying to have me sing earlier, which is a
I did
horrible
see that.
idea.
I saw that in our chat. Yeah, I saw that in our chat.
Peer pressure.
Yeah, say the power of peer pressure, right?
I think there's a few that just love to be in the comments going, hey, why don't you, instead of focusing on these storms, Adam, there's a few people in the comments and in our team that just, scream at me and say, get back to the storms, get back to the storms. Which I appreciate it. You know who you are. But I have the angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other shoulder, and like they're competing here. Look at this from Pelham area. Thank you for that report. Whoa, that is some ground hugging. That's a shelf cloud right there for context. You can see your shelf cloud right there, but that is a ground hugging wall cloud, I guess. It's hard to say. It's just dark back there. There's a lot of stuff in the way, but that is definitely reaching very close to the surface there from Pelham. And that was at 3:27. I don't know what time it is because I'm looking at, I see. So it is 5:03. Is that right? Oh, 4:03. Okay. I'm way off. I've still got Saskatchewan time on my computer here. Let me just adjust that quickly. There we go. All right, now I understand what's up. Okay, so that was St. Catharines earlier. Let's take a look at that. Strong storms. Yeah, those are low hanging. So Pelham, I want to view that on the map. Okay, so that is basically right there, just southwest of St. Catharines, west of Niagara Falls. That's some low hanging stuff. We do have Buffalo here, which is helpful. We got that outflow boundary. You're about to get some strong winds in Port Colborne, and there isn't a storm anywhere near you. I don't know if this is going to bring them any precipitation. I don't think so. Maybe a little bit. It could be a little bit of rain in the outflow boundary flying off of the storm. But that is an outflow boundary way ahead of the storm. That's going to be bringing some big winds. How windy was it in Niagara Falls there, folks? Let me know in the comments, please. Ground says, welcome back, Adam. You cannot leave your seat ever. Who else agrees? Say so and not just do a thumbs up. He will see. Agree. I can never leave this seat. So from 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I'm just going to tie myself to this chair, and we'll see how that goes. That could be a problem. Let's see here. I think at some point, like this, I know this season has been pretty special as far as consistency of activity for quite a while now across the country. Now that that happens to some degree in every season, but sometimes there's usually like, okay, well, Thursday, Friday's nothing, and Friday, Saturday's nothing. But it's been like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Like every single day has had a risk, a strong risk somewhere. I don't know. We might want to rethink. We want to rethink how we do things. Where a little bit of rotation here in Bangor. Is that U.S. or is that? No, that would be U.S., right? Yeah, I think that's U.S. Where is that? There it is. It's right here. So yeah, that is actually U.S. Down by Bangor, New York at the moment. Looking pretty decent. A little bit of rotation down there. But yeah, we might want to rework things where we consider if the season is going to be so intense that we should actually have some sort of shift work to some extent, so that basically we can be live. It would be really cool. I mean, if at some point in time, if we could afford it, it'd be awesome to be live just 24 hours a day. Like just, it's hard to find people that are really skilled at looking at radar and detecting rotation, that type of thing. We have a few of them on our team though, so that is very helpful. But to have those people live is the thing. It's like, in theory, anybody could go live, Bob could go live and be like, look, there's a storm and read off the severe thunderstorm warnings. But to be able to really be able to detect rotation and really and be, no one's ever perfectly confident with it, but to be quite confident with it, I think would be helpful. Is that we're saying a lot of power outages? What is this? Burlington Hydro? Power outages in Burlington? Yeah, that storm is pretty strong. So that'd be tricky, I mean, it'd be nice if I could just be here 24/7. I'd love to, I always say I enjoy live streaming. It's my passion. And, but I also need to sleep and eat and spend at least some existence with my family. So, that's still looking pretty interesting down by Balmy Beach, Manitoba. Thankfully, the winter has less opportunity typically for live stream. Although, I think people would actually really appreciate it if we were just live all winter too. So, now here's the thing though. In the wintertime, we don't necessarily need people in the live stream who can spot tornadic mesocyclones in noisy S-band Canadian radar data, right? It's a lot easier to look at raw radar and be like, yeah, this is a big snow squall. And here's the road conditions. And here's what people are saying the road conditions are like. And, I think that would be pretty sweet, though. Live with road conditions. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But in theory, you don't need to be able to detect rotation or detect downbursts or that type of thing to be able to. You don't need to be as good at it. Obviously, having comprehension about the weather and about the local landscape and all of that kind of stuff, and being able to be tech savvy enough to process all these 3 monitors looking at me and like all that kind of stuff. There's a decent amount of awareness and multitasking comprehension that needs to be there, but rotation ain't it in the winter. Although November 28th, 2013, look it up. It was 0 degrees Celsius from the historical data that I looked at. I think Dr. Sills said it might have actually been -1. And there was an EF1 tornado somewhere over by, I think it was Spencerville or something. It was somewhere in Eastern Ontario. And EF1 tornado in -1 weather. Does that happen often? Absolutely not. What has to happen is the air above. So the air at the surface is a certain temperature. The air above has to be so ridiculously cold that there is lift, So it's not necessarily, typically you need heat because then the air above is cool, and then the heat rises, right? So that's the typical process we deal with tornado development. But you can have, it's happened, I've only seen 2 records of it ever, once in Oklahoma and once in Eastern Ontario in 2013, which that was like the first year we started. We started in 2013. And when there's an EF1 tornado and -1 Celsius weather, and I was just like, is there just going to be tornadoes all winter? Like, what's happening here? And never again have we seen anything like that. We have seen over the Great Lakes, we have seen, especially in the wintertime, sometimes the squalls, you can see actually little mesocyclones, little vortexes inside of the squall. And so you're wondering, could that be potentially water spouts happening? Like winter water spouts? It'd be pretty wild. But yeah, we've seen a lot of those kind of like rotations over the water. I guess typically if the water's warmer, it probably helps the situation too. So the lakes are still kind of warm as we move into winter. Then the air is really cold and the water's warm. You start to see some lift and some spin, and if there's shear. So I think maybe that could be part of it. But anyways, I think it'd be sweet to go live all winter though. Let me know. It'd be pretty cool. Brendan's screaming and smashing things right now. It's all good. I think, you know what? Hair out. Just pulling all his hair out. I got to pull this hair out. It's getting long. I need to go get a haircut. I think I might do it. I think I might be able to do it tomorrow morning. So that'll be helpful.
Yeah, I don't need a haircut anymore. That's a good thing.
Yeah, there you go. If you tore it all out. Sud says, I'd even sing, but the channel would be closed for offensive content.
I mean, shockingly, you'd think me hosting the stream for several hours unaccompanied would have been a bad idea.
I think you did fantastic, actually. Brennan, I think every year that goes by, you get more and more confident. I'm just listening to what you say. I'm listening to what you say, and while I was busy, but I'm listening to what you say, and I'm listening, and I'm just like, I'm predicting the words you're about to say based on just, I'm not even watching. I'm I'm not even watching the stream. I don't even see radar, but just as you're
Based
talking, I'm
on
like,
the communal brain cell the team shares.
yeah. I mean, also too, we've just been sitting here for hours and hours and hours and hours going over these things over and over and over again, and just like the terminology you use and everything, it just reminds me of how I would say it. So I'm just like, oh, this friend is just like, he's just mini me, although he's much taller than me. much taller. So I probably shouldn't call him mini me when he towers over me. And I'm 6'1", so just to give you an idea. Let's see here. But no, I think you're doing a fantastic job. You seem to be getting more confident, more comfortable as the year go on. And the fact that you were sending out notifications, and even when this thing keeps kicking you out and kicking you back in, I saw the one time where the stream just went black while you're trying to turn it back on. You know what? Really, it's not even that big a deal. I usually switch my camera when I do that, but I think you probably figured it out. Did you have two windows open and then you switch to a different Chrome window when you have to relog back in or something like that? That's what it seems like you did after. Okay, I was gonna say
I just took it off the screen. I
know,
wasn't 100% sure it would show like my Facebook login, so I'm like, no, I'm not showing that
but
on
I
the
mean,
screen.
all it really does is show your face, and then you just click continue. So I don't even know why I hide it. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. It's just a Facebook pop up and I click continue. So it's not like it's showing like your phone number or something. So, speaking of which, if you'd like to give Brennan a call, it's 1-800. I looked into trying to buy 1-800 Tornado, and it's not going to happen. Somebody else probably has it. Could somebody call that and let me know what it is? I was like, can we even get that number? It'd be sweet to have 1-800 Tornado. It'd be awesome. I don't know what would happen. You just call and I'd just start singing to you or something, like just a pre-recorded. I'd be like, nobody at Instant Weather can take your call right now. And then it'd be like, please wait on the line. And then storm has, that's on loop forever. I mean, people just, that phone number would get reported quickly for being
I had
horrifying.
some thoughts, but they're not appropriate for the stream, so I'm not going to say them.
Yeah, I know you have many of those, so it's okay. It's all right. That's fine.
Yeah, it's a little too early in the day for that.
Yeah,
we'll wait a couple hours.
Inappropriate thoughts should be left until the midnight hours.
We'll subject our friends out west to that.
Yes, that's what we'll do. They'll have to hear your wild ideas for the 1-800 Tornado hotline. Let's see here. Just says 1-800 Tornado should be the reporting line for Northern Tornadoes Project. That'd be sweet. Yeah. Look at, see, this is Adam, you're rambling. Sing. That's less on topic than even me rambling, because what I'm rambling about at least had to do with instant weather.
She was the one that tried to get me to sing earlier.
I just did sing. In the midnight hour, Brennan's ideas. What's that footage from? Whoa. Look at that look at that video that Cole just shared. Where was that from? That must have been from, I think that's Burlington.
He was down at the lakeshore in Oakville at the sailing club, or sorry, what was the exact word he called it? It's the Oakville Yacht something.
The Yacht Club or something?
Yeah, it starts with an S, though I don't remember what it's called. Wait for it. I'm scrolling back.
Yacht Sailors? I got nothing. See, Cole would rather do Sail, which is actually what the song is. So then there's no point in even doing a parody. But I want to do Hail. Uh-oh. I'm going to take a look at the latest models in the background, because again, today didn't look that amazing. There could be a little bit of maybe a water spout developing here south of Kingston. Right about Meow, but I think that will go, actually that will run into the Point Alexandria, Frontenac Islands area, probably. Only a 0.1% on it at the moment, but it's got an interesting look to it. Pretty weak, though. Oh, Squadron. Fancy. Part of the yacht squadron. Should we create a live stream squadron? I like squad though. We almost remember we almost started a group called was it Report Squad or something? I can't even remember. So many ideas have slipped through the cracks over the years. Ideas are easy. Executing them is tricky. And maintaining them in perpetuity, also tricky. Turning an idea into something is getting less tricky to some degree, but then keeping that thing going through the decades, that's where you see things come and go, you know? All right, I'm getting a little deep here.
I zoned out for a second, tuned back in. I'm like, what is he talking about?
Just turning ideas into actual things. That's really what I'm going for.
Are you new here? That's like a daily experience for me.
Anyways, got a new storm popping up in southwestern Saskatchewan.
Okay, I'll go take a look. And
storms keep going in southwestern Manitoba.
Let me just jump into the reports, and then I'll go and take a look at those quick. Thank you, Alana, for bringing us back to the storms. Yeah, I wonder. There has to have been a few times over the years where somebody left the stream, went to the bathroom or something like that, came back, and is that a giant funnel cloud that I just saw right now? Tornado, East End SK, White Valley SK. So funnel cloud and tornado. Here's tornado happening right now.
On that tiny little cell? No way.
It could be a land spout. That's 4 minutes ago. It was actually 2:17. So that was actually 2 minutes ago. And that is from East End and then another funnel cloud report. So multiple on that one. Let me just go view on map. That makes my life easy. Yeah. Multiple reports on that particular storm. That looks like it probably would be a land spout tornado. And I'm going to send a notification here. Shaunavon again. We just had Shaunavon on the stream last night. This thing's barely moving. It looks legit. Okay, let's see here. Do we want to send that out to Brennan? Can you send a screenshot of that out to, or actually send the report out to Twitter and hashtag on storm? Oh, sorry, hashtag SK storm or AB. No, it's SK storm.
Put it in the team chat and I'll share it on their Facebook pages.
Yeah, please. And please send it to Twitter so that Environment Canada sees this and Tornado warns it. Moving pretty slow. All right. Tornado reported. It's been reported with the storm located 13 kilometers northeast of East End. Slowly track. Let's see here, near South Fork. Near South Fork. Traveling east-northeast at 15 kilometers an hour. I reached Shaunavon by 3:38. Radar estimates wind gusts at, let's see. Please be safe. I'm going to say, actually, sorry, land spout tornado. That would make way more sense. Land spout tornado reported. Please do the same, Bren. Land spout and Alana. Land spout tornado has been reported with a storm. Reported by multiple people with the storm located 13 kilometers. If you're in this area. All right, and that's at 2:21. At 2:17, it was reported.
Okay, well, there's the severe thunderstorm warning for Shaunavon.
Okay. 21. Go red. And let's go. It's moving slow, so we'll go 2 hours. Oops, not 3, 2. 139 people there. Land spout tornado reported. Sending it now. Seen reports from multiple people. Let's jump back and take a look at those again. One from Glen M and East End. Video looks legit. Yeah, looks pretty solid. Especially in this particular situation, the video being shaky actually, to some degree, gives it more legitimacy, because if someone was like overlaying that on top of the video, oh, not to mention he literally zooms into it. Yeah, that's solid. Yeah, it's looking pretty solid. If that was to be faked, then that'd be pretty impressive. I don't think that's fake. I think it's legit. Let me just download that video. I'm going to send it to Dr. Sills. Oh, it can't be more than 25 megs. Can somebody send that to the NTP chat when, oh, here's another one from the East End at 220. This person looks farther away from where it is. I wonder if that may have lifted, because that one's at 220. What's this? St. Rose, Manitoba. That's looking pretty dark. Ooh. St. Rose, Manitoba looking pretty dark base there. Kind of looks a bit swirly. Hard to tell. But it could be some motion in there. Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. But yeah, we did have 2 reports of possible tornado. Let's take a look at this video from Tilsonburg. Seeing some low-hanging scud there. Looks like some rain and maybe some hail's coming down here. Heavy rain, isolated storms, and windy. Yeah, the start of it, though, looked like a little bit of a... That almost looks like a wall cloud, but it looks pretty scuddy. Thank you for that report. I appreciate it. But yeah, here's another... Yeah, from White Valley, Saskatchewan, looking right at that. I mean, from different users in different areas, that looks pretty solid. Seen multiple reports of that one. So Lancebow tornado has been reported. What's going on here in Cornwallis, Manitoba? Huh. Let's take a look at Eastern Ontario here for a second. Yeah, I think everything's not too bad over here. It looked like some pretty strong rotation there earlier. Dr. Sills was saying that the rotation went all the way up to like tilt 6 or something, which is pretty high. When rotation's going all the way to tilt 6, you know, it's pretty robust. There's a term for that, isn't there, Atlanta? It's I don't know, it's deep something. It's like there's a term for having rotation up multiple tilts. What's the term? I can't remember it.
Very spinny.
Yes, that's the technical term for that. Speaking of very spinny, I don't like the rotation down here by Hagersville. That is starting to rotate right here. Let's take a quick peek at it from Cleveland. Cleveland does not look as interesting, but it is much further away. Let's look at it from Buffalo, which isn't actually that far away. But Buffalo's parallel to the winds. This King is perpendicular to the winds. So actually, easier to see rotation. Looks like maybe a little bit of a merge mezzo. Let me just look at tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. I guess deep layer shear is really the term kind of. I'm trying to. It's got to be. There was something better than that. Somebody in the comments probably already said it. All right, let me just do a polygon from meow to meow. Minor rotation near Hagersville, Ontario, tracking to the southeast, down towards maybe Selkirk, Ontario. I'm going to make this a little bit wider so I'm comfortable with the flexibility in that polygon because I feel like I'm going to be distracted in other places here. Maybe towards Dunnville. Something like that looks good. All right, it's a polygon time. Minor rotation detected on radar at storm located 20 kilometers southeast of Brantford. South, yes, that's right. Okay, you're right. Southeast of Brantford near OHSWEKEN. I would say Garnet. Say that again, please.
Oshweeken?
Oshweeken?
Mm-hmm.
So like weeken, Oshweeken. It's not Oshweeken? Oshweeken. Garnet. Actually, I'm going to say it's not near Garnet. Traveling east-southeast of 43 kilometers an hour, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Okay. We're going to go blue with that for now. And let's go 2 hours because it's a big polygon, 1,600 or 1,100 people in the path of that. Send a notification now. How are our cameras doing here? Nav Canada cameras. Let's see what we got here. Whoopsie. Pan, zoom. Where's Shaunavon again? Maybe can we see it? That's the Shaunavon storm. Again, tornado was reported in Shaunavon. Can't see it from that one so much. Well, you can. You can see the top of it. I don't think we can see it from here. No. Okay. Sent notification to our friends in Garnet near Hagersville. Minor rotation detected on that storm from King. The only radar we have access to in that area other than the U.S. radars. Only Canadian radar, I should say. Brennan, can you post that video? I don't know if even if it's just the link that you posted of that video in the NTP chat so Dr. Sills can see it, please. I tried to actually literally post a video in there, but it was bigger than 25 meg, so it wouldn't send.
Let me see if I can figure it out.
Thank you. Storm down here at Manitoba is starting to look interesting. I totally missed some stuff here. Habs with the super sticker. Thank you so very much. Again. Thank you so much. And I'm Mike again. I'm in Guelph. Caught a huge downpour. I'm sure you none chucked it away. Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it. And Catherine with a $3 super sticker. Thank you so much. And if you could post that video to X as well, too, for Environment Canada to see. I think if they see the video and they see the photo, obviously more convincing. And yeah, it looks like it would be a land spout tornado. I want to see if there's non-sup in the area. There should be, I would assume, with that report. Non-supercell. There's a little bit here, a little bit here. Nothing right over that storm, but there's a tad bit. Little mesoscale accident there. And there is supercell actually in that area. Interesting. I'm saying land spout because I just don't see any rotation on radar, so it would make sense that was a land spout. Kind of looks supercellular though. Like the photos do look supercellular.
I agree with Amazing Person 3409 that it could be hybrid of the two.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't even look to see if there's upper level rotation. That's a good point. Because if there's upper level, then you're right. It might be a mix here. Oopsie. Go back a few frames. Right about there. Okay. Yeah, there's a little bit up top. So yeah, might have been just a little weak supercell. Anything for London, says James. All good. I got you. Although I don't have a radar for you, but we can use surrounding radars to kind of give you an idea. I think London's fine right now. London should be all right. There is some stuff coming in from Michigan, so we'll see what that does. But London is fine.
There, I sent the video to the NTP chat. I just uploaded it to our X account. Just shared that.
Oh, perfect. That's great. Thank you. Brendan, did you check the audio on that before you posted it? I just realized that I didn't even check the audio on it. It's basically just his truck door dinging. But I didn't watch the whole video to hear if there was more.
Yeah, it's silent other than the dinging.
Silent dinging. There's a little bit of something going on with this Pleasant Valley storm. A little bit of weak rotation in there. What percentages we have? 2% tornado risk now, but 42% wind risk and 41% severe hail risk on that particular one. Continue to watch these storms move through parts of southern Ontario. Nothing looking too exciting at this point in time, except for this one down here near Hagersville, as we continue to see signs of minor rotation on it. Kind of two areas of minor rotation, right here and right here. Twins? Thankfully, it's not too strong yet. See what tilt 2 looks like. Tilt 3. The more robust updraft is actually over here, but this is still looking quite interesting down here. Did we just get a photo on that one 6 minutes ago? Let me take a look here. Norfolk County, false funnel, someone said here. Decent amount of motion in that. I know it's pretty scuddy, but there's quite a bit of motion from Norfolk County there. Thank you so much for sending that in. Appreciate it. Here's Dauphin, Manitoba, showing some big storms in the background. Whoa. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Here's New Tecumseh, or New Tecumseh. thinking of Tecumseh and near Windsor, but this is actually New Tecumseh. Low hanging base cloud here, kind of a shelf cloud, and you got a bunch of scud dangling down underneath it. Thank you. Heavy rain from Six Nations, Ontario. That's a nice yard. Lots of heavy rain there. Thank you so much for sharing. Appreciate it. Here's strong storms from Haldimand County. Haldimand. This is from St. Rose. Still strong storms going through that area. Thank you so much to Rob H for that report. We appreciate it. We gotta move this thing down. I keep saying that, but we actually have to do it because it gets in the way of the videos. Maybe we should put it all up at the top. No, that sucks because the compass, it's kind of nice to have the compass up at the top. The compass could be a lot smaller, though. It's mainly actually when you turn the video sideways, right? Things should be a lot smaller. You just need to make them smaller and wider. Thank you for the support. This was the tornado report from earlier from Glenn M. Thank you, Glenn. Let me show you when he zooms in here. Pretty solid. Straight up and down funnel there. And yeah, that could be a hybrid because it's not like is this connected to the base? This is kind of more like a supercell potentially. Oh, it looks like we might have had another video. I see that Dalton just posted this. Where was this posted to?
This was from yesterday.
Oh, that was the tornado yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, that's from the provincial park in Alberta.
That's right. That's right. And there was a photo of what looks like a possible tornado. Well, we said possible landspout tornado, but it might be a hybrid or maybe even a supercell, actually. Probably should have just said tornado as opposed to landspout, because it might actually not be a landspout. Although there's no rotational radar, so that's what pushes us to the landspout thing. Norfolk County, there's a photo from there showing a bunch of scud dangling down from that cell. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Nice low-hanging storm. Thank you for the reports, everybody. We really appreciate it. Continue to watch this minor rotation, tracking east towards Fisherville, Cayuga, Kohler. This is in Erie, Ontario, tracking down towards Selkirk, Rainham Center, upper South Cayuga, maybe Dunnville eventually. Hopefully it doesn't get any stronger. 0.1% tornado risk on it right now, which is good, but there's good and low, but there is more storms behind it too, so actually be a little bit of flooding risk on that one. Looks like the Niagara Polygon can go bye-bye, so I will get rid of that here. I think it's this one. Significant wind gusts detected. I think that's the one. Okay. There was that Allison storm, New Tecumseh storm. That was low hanging to the ground there. Looks pretty boring. Only 1% tornado risk on it. 4% severe wind risk. I got to drink some water. I'm starting to get a headache. Yep. Just check something in the background here. Sorry, folks. Give me just 1 minute here. All right. Someone said power outage near Norfolk, Ontario. Strong storms near Norfolk. Strong storms near Haldimand, as we saw in those reports as well. All right. All right. Let's see here. Okay.
Okay, we got a tornado warning in southern Manitoba.
Oh, in southern Manitoba.
Yeah, the Killarney area.
That makes sense. This storm is starting to really ramp. Yeah, 5% tornado risk on it now. Let me just hit refresh and we'll see. Let's just take a minute to get that polygon up there. There we go. There's your tornado warning right now. If you are in Pleasant Valley, I'd be taking shelter in Manitoba. Brennan, can you throw Manitoba on the Facebook side of things here?
Yep, will do.
Typically go live on Facebook when we get a tornado warning or an orange severe thunderstorm warning or something really significant. That storm that had the landspout reported on it kind of got a little bit of a hook going on there up towards Shaunavon. Moving really slowly. Someone said, can I go fishing? Built Upon a Rock says, why are you telling people to take shelter with a 5% possibility of a tornado? I'm just wondering if this doesn't cause undue paranoia and panic among some citizens. To clarify, Environment Canada has a tornado warning on it. So just because machine learning algorithm says that it's only a 5% tornado risk does not mean that there's not a tornado risk on it. Look at this rotation. And that's usually a few minutes behind. The latest rotation looks really solid right towards Pleasant Valley. We've had times where it said 2%. Anything above 1% means there's a possibility, right? We've had times where it said 2% tornado potential and a tornado touchdown. There's also landspout tornadoes that aren't even picked up by an algorithm like this because they can't even they happen without rotation showing up on radar data. So why am I telling people to take shelter inside of a official tornado warning from Environment Canada? Because you should take shelter inside of an official warning from Environment Canada. The only time you shouldn't take shelter from a tornado warning is if you're nowhere near the storm. So there's times in, like Ontario, we have this massive county-based warnings, right? Where there's a tornado going through Barrie. Everybody in Barrie and the Barrie surrounding area should be taking shelter with that storm. But it's like blue skies up in Collingwood. Should they be taking shelter up in Collingwood? I would think probably not. But that's why we started these live streams. How long ago was it? 11 years ago, we started live streaming severe weather. And a lot of it was just to answer those questions in real time. Because a lot of people are like, I'm in, here's a goal, Manitoba right now. Should I be taking shelter from the storm? Well, it's moving away from you. and there's no rotation anywhere near you. Here's a better example. I'm in Glenboro. I'm not even inside the tornado warning, but I got a tornado warning on my phone. Should I be taking shelter? No. Should Pleasant Valley be taking shelter? Yes. Let's see if the percentage climbs here, because I think it may have just got a new data. It went actually down to 4%, but that doesn't matter. 47% severe wind risk, 57% severe hail risk. Another thing to take into account is, these algorithms work best on U.S. radars because they're way better at detecting tornadic rotation, whereas, or at least rotation that has potential for tornadic activity, right? Canadian radar is very noisy. So when we get this noise, this would probably look a lot more organized actually on U.S. radar. Speaking of which, let me go to U.S. radar. Now, this is much further away, so I've definitely seen rotation in there, though. There's rotation in there. I wouldn't focus so much on the 5%. The reason the percentage helps sometimes is when you have a bunch of storms that are like over 10% and one of them is at 35%. They can kind of help emphasize that might be the storm that does it, But just because the storm is 5% tornado risk doesn't mean people should not be taking shelter with it. Also, too, you don't know if Environment Canada, you don't know if they've received a report of a tornado. It's very possible with this rotation. I mean, it's clear as day. When you look on Instant Weather Pro here, you swipe back and you can see this here. It's clear as day rotation. If I go to tilt 2, it's there. Tilt 3, it's there. Tilt 4, it's there. Tilt 5, it's there. Tilt 6, it's there. Tilt 7, it's getting real noisy. Tilt 8, it's starting to fade away because the radar is looking too high up in the storm. But yeah, multiple tilts of rotation. Tilt 1 being quite organized here. If you are in the Pleasant Valley area, I'd be taking shelter with that. And you know what? You got to take shelter what? In some cases, a handful of times a year. In some cases, once in a season. In some cases, none, 0 times in a season. These storms are very isolated. They don't always hit the same areas. If you get a tornado warning and the storm is, on top of you, I would take shelter with that for sure. So anyways, that's my 2 cents. Hopefully that makes sense. That was a bit of a long answer, but it was a pretty rough question, so I felt like I needed to dig into that a bit. Woodlands has a better view of... Oh, the U.S. radar has a better view of that storm. That's true. Oh, sorry, not that one, but this one. Yep. It is even closer. That's right. And definitely seen rotation in there. So, yeah. Most certainly be taking shelter with that one. Still 4%, 63% severe hail risk on that one. Again, anything above 1% has the potential to get it done. 1% means that based on the data, only 1% of the time that storm would actually produce a tornado. But when is that 1% going to come true is the question. Is it going to come true on this storm? Is 4% going to come true on this storm? It's possible. We'll see. You know what? We had a report of a tornado earlier, and that storm had like 0.1% tornado risk on it. Why? It's got a 1%. This storm produced a tornado, and it's only got a 1% on it now. I'm trying to remember what it was at the time, but it was definitely... It was definitely like 0.1 or 1. It was something quite small. And the reason being is there was no rotation on the radar. That was a really, really low-level event. That was probably a land spout, but maybe got connected to a bit of a mesocyclone up top. And we maybe have one of these hybrid land spout / supercell tornadoes, which Canada seems to get a decent amount, unfortunately. Seize the Day says, to clarify, by take shelter, you mean basement / safest places in your home? Yeah, I mean, like sturdy building. It depends on where you are, right? Not everybody's at home when we're saying, take shelter, be safe. if it's a tornado warning, or if it's a very, very strong, if it's like a report of a tornado and it's coming right at you, or you see a funnel cloud and it's coming right at you, lowest level of the building you're in, most interior room. That's the safest place to be. If you can't get underground, most interior room, usually a bathroom or a closet in the center of the house or whatever. As many walls between the outside and yourself as possible, and preferably no windows. So this tornado warning continues here for Pleasant Valley, Manitoba. And yeah, rotation does continue, especially right down here, as we can see from the US radar here, from the KMBX radar. That's a bit concerning to me because we have a little bit of a bounded weak echo region, and we also have, so we have a little bit of what we refer to as a notch, and right here we have rotation. If I go to tilt 2, not as supported on tilt 2, but it's definitely there on tilt 1, and this storm continues to be a concern. %5 tornado risk, so it has gone up another percent again with that cell. That is a pretty grumpy cell. Look at the lightning on it when I zoom out. Lightning is just ridiculous. Let's see what it looks like from Woodlands now. I'm going to jump back to Ontario in just a second here, folks. Trying to cover storms across Canada because that's how we do. From one side to the other, we try to track. Our passion is, of course, tornadoes and downbursts, but we cover all severe weather types. We go all the way through the winter. It is nonstop weather here, 24/7, 7 days a week. Looking like pretty decent little robust storm going into the Bradford area. Let me jump into the reports here for a second. Oh, I did want to look at the one down in Niagara first. See what percentages we got here. This actually has a 10% tornado risk on it? Really? What does it look like from K-Buff? Interesting. Must be environment probably on that one. Got a decent environment in the area, but 10% really? Yeah, that weak rotation continued. Might actually be outflow. Kind of on the front edge of that. So this might actually be outflow and not inflow rotation. There is a difference, folks. But still a pretty organized storm there. I can see some pretty darn strong wind gusts with that one. We just got an update. Yeah, I think it's actually outflow. But, sometimes it can be deceiving. So I'm glad we went minor rotation on that one. What was the percentage on that one? Only a 0.1%. So percentage is quite low on that one. Looks like mainly a wind risk, I would think, for Selkirk area on that one. And there is some pretty strong winds back here east of Vanessa, 85 kilometers an hour as well. So still seeing some strong storms down in the Niagara region of eastern Ontario. Got a slow storm moving over towards Blythe and Clinton areas off of Lake Huron. Can't really get too good of a look at it because Exeter radar is down. But, I mean, that other morning, if you remember, if you're in the Bayfield area, you probably got our notification about what looked like a downburst going through this area. It looked like a downburst, maybe a tornado. It turns out, I believe Dr. Sills said satellite data said it was a downburst. They use extremely high resolution satellite data to go before and after and look at the damage patterns. Almost like got really Canadian there. It was like the damage patterns, but to look at the damage patterns. They believe they said that was a downburst, the Bayfield damage there. We hope everybody stayed safe that morning. That was a crazy morning. It's when we went live and I was just like whispering the whole time. Should I go back to the whisper streams? Let me know. Whisper streams. Instant whisper streams. The ASMR weather streams. I can see there being a market for that. Same. Would it be more calming though? Wouldn't it be calming? You ever like, I don't know about you, when you hear someone talk and they're just like, they're just so quiet and so calm, it's something about it just calms you down, right? I should probably talk like that because I know a lot of folks have instant ASMR. I know a lot of folks have tornado anxiety, right? And storm anxiety. So if I was just like, these storms are moving slowly to the east, heading over to Shaunavon. Still have the tornado warning has now been extended to the east. This is east of Boisvane, Manitoba. And the tornado warning has been extended to the east if you are in Pleasant Valley, surrounding communities here. That's multiple frames of rotation, by the way, right here. Now we're at 6%. So the percentage is going up on the storm, on this tornado warned storm. If you are in, let's actually zoom in here and see if we can get some stuff. The Homefield Hutterite colony, Homefield area, Cartwright, Roblin area, Cartwright, Mather. You're in those areas. It could be a problem. Someone said damaging winds near Bradford.
That Killarney storm, there's reports of 5.5 centimeter hail on it.
Whoa. 5.5. Five and a half. Okay. Somebody just asked me, where should I ask, who should I ask to get the radar repaired, the X-ray radar repaired? And that would be Environment Canada. I think they're working hard on it, though. They really want that radar to be up. This is at 9% tornado risk, though. Somebody did say, I think it was right there, and they said damaging winds. Let's see here. Let's jump into the community reports. Jump into the gallery. Whoa. Look at that anvil. That is wild there. Let's see here. This is Norfolk County. This is Bradford. Let's open up this video. Wow. So lots of winds from Bradford right now. Bradford, West Gwillimbury. The rain's going pretty close to sideways there, or at least on a pretty good angle. Yeah, pretty good angle there. Someone said, what is a tornado? It is a rotating column of air that's stretching down from a severe thunderstorm to the surface. Usually a severe thunderstorm. It can also be, waterspout can be considered a tornado. Landspout can be considered a tornado. But usually, the classic supercell tornado would be down from a supercell thunderstorm. Whirlpool in the sky, says Amy. Here's another video from Bradford. Whoa. This one's even stronger than the first one. Look at this. Whoa, those winds are wild. Oh my goodness. Here's a question. Is that storm even under a severe thunderstorm warning? No. It's not even under severe thunderstorm watch. Okay. Well, that video does it for me. That video did it for me. I'm sending a notification for this one because it seems to be strengthening here. Giant polygon incoming. It's a giant polygon time. Back it up just so folks just had it know that we're at least paying attention to it for people downstream. Let me see here. Big line of storms from Caledon. from Caledon up towards Keswick, I guess. Caledon to Keswick. Wait, Caledon. I spell it again. Caledon. Wind risk. Severe thunderstorm potential. Carefully monitoring a storm. A line of storms from Caledon to Keswick, tracking to the southeast. We've received reports strong wind gusts and wind damage cannot be ruled out with this storm. Small hail, torrential rain, isolated flooding, and frequent lightning are also possible. That's 5:03 in Ontario. I'm going to go orange on that one. And let's go 2 hours and send it to 10,000 people and send. If you'd like to get these types of notifications from us, our custom notifications, you can download our free app, which is available at instantweatherapp.com. Instantweatherapp.com. We'll take a look at the Dunnville storm here. Continuing to look like probably outflow on that one. We did see some minor rotation earlier, but yeah, it looks like it was probably outflow. Good. Let's take a look at Eastern Ontario. Storm heading into the Athens area. 6% tornado risk on it, really. Wonder where it's getting that from. Kind of interesting down here near Ouellette. %, interesting. Sometimes the percentages can kind of give us a heads up. There's been many times over the past 2 years that we've had IW storm risk on here where it says something like 6%, and you're like, yeah, but there's no rotation on radar. And then, lo and behold, 2-3 radar frames later, boom, there's a mesocyclone on it. It's like, the machine learning knows things sometimes. Sometimes. Oh, Burlington, Oakville area. Quite a bit of damage. Trees down. Oh, boy. Better text my aunt. Has anybody else had this issue where you go to search your text messages and you just can't find anyone? No results. That's fantastic. Am I out of storage? What's happening here? I'll reboot my phone. No results. That's fantastic. Hearing about an interesting outflow boundary over by Sault Ste. Marie. Oh, yeah, that's wild. Now, that's an outflow boundary. Look at this thing. Right here. These little snakes. Little radar snakes. Snaking along. Slithering along here. Actually, sorry, it goes back this way. Outflow boundary. And what they can do is they can pop storm. And actually, you can see a bunch of them, actually. This is really wild. Look at all of them kind of colliding. You can see all these boundaries colliding. Watch this animation here. I'll speed it up a bit. See these little two ones right here? All these little lines? These little veins here? They're all kind of colliding together. But that main one's coming down. Cool. You don't see that on regular radar. You only see that on raw radar. Raw, Rasputin. If I sing the right lyrics, then we might get a copyright strike. So I'll just sing random words. This storm is a beast. Still under a tornado warning from Environment Canada. This is the one over in Manitoba. Yeah, still looking pretty darn strong. I would still be taking shelter with that near Neeland, Cartwright, Roblin, Cartwright, Mather, Homefield. It's right in the Homefield Hutterite colony right now. And definitely seen rotation in there. And still 4% tornado risk on that one, but 78% total severe risk, 54% severe wind risk on that, 60% severe hail risk. That storm is a beast. You know, if anything bad will hit Winnipeg. It's hard to say for sure. We'll have to see how the day does develop. Right now, the severe thunderstorm watch is to the west, but it's possible that that could get extended to the east. We will see. Okay. Thankfully, Winnipeg's radar is up. Unfortunately, Fox Warren is down. So basically, like we were talking about yesterday, where you can pretty much, you can call the Woodlands radar the Winnipeg radar. In theory, you can call this one, I guess you call it the Brandon radar, but it's also the Yorkton radar. It's kind of split between Brandon and Yorkton. And then you could call this the Regina radar, except it's Bethune. And there are some radars where the name is exactly where the radar is. For example, Fort Mac is the Fort Mac radar. Another one is Prince George. It is CASPG. The Fort Mac one is FM for Fort Mac. And is the Grand Prairie radar? No, it's Spirit River. Is the Edmonton radar Edmonton? No, it's Carvel. So they wouldn't put the radar directly inside of a major metropolitan area because when you're right beside the radar, you actually don't have very good radar coverage. Is it safe to go to a Sea Bears basketball game tonight in Winnipeg? That's a very specific request here. Let me take a look in the background here. Rah, rah. Hearing that Shaunavon storm is still looking pretty strong. All right. Today is Thursday, July 9th, 2026. Cool. Yeah. Broad rotation in here, but it's definitely interesting. Lots of hail in there as well, too. I wonder if it'd be better for my eyes if I actually if I got bigger monitors but put them further away. And it doesn't have to be anything fancy. Like it'd be like these LCD TVs I have here to do nothing. So I put like the big LCD back further, right? So I'm not this close to the monitor. I'm not like a foot. Right now, I'm probably I don't know, 14 inches from this monitor if I lean back. But this starts to hurt your eyes after a while when you're staring at screens that close all the time. I think it might be better if I was able to use like that 40-inch old LCD TV and like stick it back there and then put them further away. I don't know how we're going to work with the camera, but we can figure it out. You could put the camera back there and zoom it. That might work. Yeah, this is really starting to come together here near Neeland right now. That could be a little bit of a rain-wrapped tornado potentially. 6% tornado risk on it. It's definitely wrapping up. And Tilt 2 is really showing it off as well, too. Let's go to storm relative velocity. That's still pretty good. But yeah, that's definitely some broad, but getting more organized rotation right there near Neeland, Manitoba. And right in that hail core. This was wild looking. Hopefully that's just a hail meso and not a tornadic meso, but tornado warning continues from Environment Canada, so I would definitely be taking shelter. Neelan, Cartwright, Roblin, Mather, and anywhere down towards the international border there. Maybe Clearwater needs to be getting ready. Follison needs to be getting ready. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was trying to reboot my phone to see if I could text my aunt. Let's see if she's okay. She's down in Oakville. All right. All right. Where was I? Oh, happy birthday, Brenda. I know it has been almost every day. Any tornado updates in London? London's fine. You're okay. Yeah, actually, even Canadian radar is really picking up on that rotation now. Both Canadian and U.S. radar. I don't know what shape I just did was, but my mouse kind of gave out there. Let's try it again. There we go. Rotation couplet right here. Go tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4, back to tilt 1. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity on it. Still looks solid. Tilt 2. Yeah. Cartwright Roblin area needs to be taking shelter with that tornado warned storm. Please. That looks quite strong. I would not be messing around with that one. Lots of tree damage. My goodness. Down by the lakeshore in Ontario from that really strong windstorm that came through earlier. Hope everybody's okay. London. Oh no, London's fine. What's going on in Alberta? You're still under severe thunderstorm watch. And so far, zippity doodah. Zippity doodah, zippity day. What year did that song come out? My, oh my, what a wonderful. Plenty of sun. Oh, that's the Amber Alert. 6-year-old. Oh my goodness. I hope he is found safe. Zippity doodah? What? That was from a movie, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Funnel cloud, 8 minutes ago. Let's check radar. No. Nothing. I'm going to let that one slide. Maybe that was a slip up. Some people can see kind of scud hanging down and think it's a funnel cloud. Don't necessarily want to give somebody a strike for that, but 3 strikes and you're out. And you're done. 3 strikes and you're done. And then you can't report to our app anymore. That Brockville storm's starting to kick it up a notch. Yeah, it's getting stronger as it's heading into Brockville right here. So I think I'm going to do a polygon for our friends in Brockville. Severe thunderstorm potential here. Let's see here. Severe thunderstorm potential. Monitoring storm tracking into the Brockville area and surrounding communities. Traveling east-southeast. Strong winds with a small chance of damaging wind potential. Small hail is possible with this storm line. Small hail, torrential rain, isolated flooding, and frequent lightning is also possible. Okay, and that's 518, 519, actually. That changed on its own. Perfect. And I'm just going to send it out to our friends in the Brockville area here. I'm just going to go for 1 hour, and let's go orange. Go blue. Orange, blue, orange, blue. I don't know why we have yellow. We never use yellow. We could use yellow. Yellow. We use orange. We use blue. We have yellow. We never use yellow. We're going yellow. It's the first yellow polygon I think we've ever done. Sent. Going yellow, folks. They call me Mellow Yellow. See what the percentages are on this one here. 14% severe risk, 1% severe hail, 10% severe wind, and 6% tornado. I don't know where it's getting that from. Let's go take a look at US radar on that. Maybe from that. Oh. Oh, yeah. Tilt 2 as well. Let's go back. Actually is a little bit of minor rotation on that cell. It's probably where that 6% is coming from. Does not look as interesting from Canadian radar for the rotation. Oopsie. But this looked interesting over here. Tilt 4 on the merge, I see. All right. Good. Call me Mellow Yellow. Bum, 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 bum. How's our storm going through King City right now? Is everybody all right? Newmarket looking pretty windy. Pretty darn windy. Yeah, that's a good point, Brennan. I like that idea. True. It's a good point. We've barely blocked anybody. I think maybe 2 or 3 people we've ever blocked. But we've given a lot of strikes. I don't know if we've given enough strikes. I don't think we've given a third strike to anybody. So that makes a good point. I appreciate it. I like that idea. This storm's still looking quite strong. There's a huge dropout of data right here, which is a bit concerning because usually when they drop out the data, that means the values are too high and they think it's just noise. So just seeing empty data where there is rotation is usually not a good sign. People call that the Canadian TVS, Canadian Tornado Vector Signature. It's just lack of data is actually telling you something about that. It's telling you that the values were so high that the automatic algorithm from Environment Canada actually removed the values, thinking that, oh, they can't be that high. It must be noise. Oh no, it does block them after 3. I just don't think we've got to 3 with anybody. Yeah, no, I agree. What's the radar difference though? How does it differ? Sorry, I totally forget what I was talking about. Can you let me know what you mean? The radar difference between what? NextRad, between American and Canadian radar, or yeah, lack of data. It's the unknown. This giant, like, there is data here. There is data in this. So let's see how many blocks there is here. How many bins? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And those go to here. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bins, 6, 7. So there's 7 bins of data completely missing from the center of the most important part of the storm. And I believe the idea here is that those values are so high, like above, so that's 142 kilometers an hour. I don't know if it's above 150 or 160, or 100, maybe it's 175, but anything above 175 kilometers an hour gets removed. I think that's probably where it is. I don't know if that's the exact number. I can't remember. You could probably do a deep dive into the data. We've got historical Canadian data all the way back to 2021. So we can probably do a deep dive and see what's the highest velocity bin like in the past 5 years. Then we'd probably know where the cutoff line is, right? Okay. Brennan, I know you've been on so much today, but I got a headache. I think I need a cup of coffee or something. I just need to go grab a coffee, and maybe I haven't even eaten anything, so I should probably eat something. That's probably why I've had a headache. But thank you, Polska, if that's how you pronounce your name. Appreciate it. I think what you're asking is why the American radar sometimes pulls up a better read than Canada. Oh, that's just because of location. Sometimes the Canadian radars are closer to a storm, and sometimes the U.S. radars are closer to a storm, especially for obviously areas on the border, of course. Let that one slide. Sorry, Brendan, do you mind taking over just for a little bit? Are you getting ready?
Yeah, no problem. I can switch over.
Just give me like 5-10 minutes. Just need to stuff some food in my face. I'll be back.
And while Adam's away, I'm going to take a look at radar here for the tornado warning that's currently in effect along the Manitoba border, heading into North Dakota here. It's right heading through Cartwright Roblin right now. Zoom in here. Maffer So this area, in addition to tornado potential, it could be producing very large hail. We've actually already had reports of very large hail with this storm. I'm just going to trace it here so you can kind of see which direction it is going. So it is heading through Maffer, just south of Clearwater, Crystal City, and it will be stateside soon, but it's still on the Canadian side of the border. So Cartwright right now, I hope you're seeking shelter, because the storm is looking quite intense. You can see some rotation there as well. And this area is very firing up here, and it kind of looks like, yeah, right here. This is the strongest rotation here, and it's tracking to the southeast. Nor am I drawing here. So if you're in those areas, please seek shelter. And we do have an orange level severe thunderstorm warning for this area, although it looks like the strongest portion of the hail core is now within the tornado warning. So I'm not sure how strong the hail's going to be. Just give me a second. Turn something off. So I can click again. There we go. So this area is under an orange level severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't know how strong this area of the storm is going to be in terms of hail. I wouldn't be surprised if Environment Canada changes that to a yellow warning, because the strongest portion of the hail is now within the tornado warning. Let me see what the tornado warning says. So they're talking hen egg size hail, 5.5 centimeters near Killarney, and 50 millimeters of rain in Nanette has been reported with this thunderstorm. Locations in the path include Homefield and Cartwright, so please seek shelter if you're in that storm. And we're continuing to watch here. We have a tornado watch in effect for parts of Manitoba here. Severe thunderstorms are expected to initiate ahead of a low pressure system this afternoon. They will track east out of the area early this evening. So we continue to wait for more storms to fire up there. And we're watching the storm in the Shaunavon area. It did have a reported tornado earlier. I believe that was the same one. Yeah, we did. That's the same one. Not seeing anything right now, but it's still under a severe thunderstorm warning here. I'm going to see what the details say. Say damaging winds, loony to ping pong ball size hail, and very heavy rain. And the locations in the path include Eastland, Dollard. Just going to jump around to see what else we're looking at. We're still waiting for more storms to initiate. I believe we're also going to get some storms in Alberta today, but that won't be till later. But right now the focus is on Manitoba for where that tornado watch is in effect and the tornado warning along the US-Canadian border near Cartwright, Roblin. I'm going to take a look at Southern Ontario. I think we're basically winding down other than that one area that we did a notification on in the Norfolk area. That is starting to move over Lake Erie. And then this storm is heading through the Toronto area. It's heading into Markham right now. So let us know what you're experiencing in the GTA. It's hard to tell from radar because it's very close to that storm. It likely looks stronger, yeah, it does, from Buffalo, which is further away and shooting up higher in the storm. And I'm going to check over here. Yeah, it looks like that cluster of storms that went over Lake Huron kind of fizzled out. Yeah, as it approached the border, the lakeshore here. Not seeing anything concerning there. Still watching in Michigan to see what these storms think they're doing. But there's no issues right now with these storms. We'll continue watching them. But Southern Ontario was mainly expected to be early to mid-afternoon risk, which is basically what has happened. As that cold front went through, which we saw a very rapid drop in temperature behind that line. But we'll keep watching just in case, but we'll probably be mostly focused on Manitoba for at least the next hour or two until Alberta and Saskatchewan gets going. Checking what Eastern Ontario looks like. Bit of a storm going through Brockville at the moment. We do have the polygon on it for severe thunderstorm potential that Adam did earlier. But that's about to track over into upstate New York. One's up here. Oh, that's an air quality warning. I thought, is there thunderstorms up there? No. That's one thing we're dealing with a lot of the wildfire smoke. You can see there's also a lot of air quality statements in BC. No, Kamloops was dealing with some intense smoke a couple days ago. That was really affecting air quality in that area. We continue to watch these storms. This one that had an earlier possible land spout, were conflicted on what it actually was. It definitely was a tornado, but could have been a hybrid, could have been an actual supercellular tornado. But considering there wasn't any rotation clear on velocity, makes us leaning towards land spout. But we'll have to see what the Northern Tornadoes project comes up with once they investigate. But we continue to watch this tornado-warned storm, Cartwright Roblin. I hope you're seeking shelter there. To the south, near the US Manitoba border. This area is the biggest concern as this storm tracks towards the border. So I'm going to zoom in here. So this area, including Folliston, you're not under the tornado warning yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if Environment Canada extends that to the east as that storm moves there. That might explain actually why we have the orange level severe thunderstorm warning here. And then Clearwater, you could be getting some decent sized hail. We've had hen egg sized hail reported with this storm, and we have new radar data here. That's the old scan. You can see the rotation isn't as strong as it was earlier. Actually, it's kind of very focused here near Cartwright. So if there is a tornado, it would likely be here. Based on what we're seeing with velocity. And it's tracking this way. So if you're in this area that I highlighted, you definitely should be seeking shelter for sure. Especially Cartwright heading just south of Mather. But anywhere in this tornado warning, you should be seeking shelter. It looks like, do we have a new scan? They're coming in fast. It's not as focused, but the hail continues to be an issue with this storm. If there's not a tornado, that still could be producing very large hail, almost guaranteed based on the reflectivity and the earlier reports of hen egg size hail. I believe that was reported near Pleasant Valley earlier. But we continue to watch this storm. It's basically the only storm at the moment, other than the one in Saskatchewan near Shaunavon.
Yeah, that one in southwestern Saskatchewan, it's pretty much just sitting there.
Yeah.
It's been like just hanging out over that area. Oh, actually, no, that's a new cell. That's what that it is.
Ah, yeah, because they seem to be popping up, because it was this one, I believe. Actually, there was a few different cells. This one's a new one. Actually, it's hard to tell because that one that we had the tornado reported on didn't really show super strong with velocity. So it's hard to say what this one's doing. We still have the polygon on it just in case one of these cells decide to put down another one, since clearly the environment is capable of it. But we continue to watch that. But outside of that storm and the one in Manitoba, there's not much to talk about. I'm just gonna keep waiting for a new scan on this one as it tracks towards the American border. It's almost outside of Canada. Almost. Maybe give it, say, 15, 20 minutes-ish. Almost there. So you should continue to be seeking shelter with this storm in the Cartwright area. We're watching. Right now, it seems like this area is the biggest concern as this tracks towards the American border here, which is the tornado potential in between these lines here. I'm going to close it so it's more obvious what I'm talking about. So basically, this area right here is the biggest concern both for tornado potential and large hail. So let us know what you're experiencing if you're in this area. So that one might be, let's get redraw it here. Oh yeah, you can really see on the latest scan there's a very strong hail core right here between Cartwright and Mather. I wouldn't be surprised if that's putting down more than golf ball size hail. We did have that report of hen egg size hail, which is 5.5 centimeters. But we might be getting up to tennis ball, maybe getting close to baseball size with that reflectivity return. Let's see if I can click on. It's gonna refresh here. Give me a moment. There we go. Just gonna see what the tornado warning. They don't say. They just say what it's been reported hen egg size. What do they say in the orange level? Because it would still apply to this. Yeah, Environment Canada is saying golf ball to tennis ball size hail on the orange level severe thunderstorm warning. So you can assume that that also applies to the tornado warned area. Because that's where the largest hail core is right now. Had a question. Is Pilot Mound in the path of the storm? So Pilot Mound is up here. You're under the orange level severe thunderstorm warning. You're right here, but this storm down here is going all the way over here. So you're not a concern right now. Even though you're under the severe thunderstorm warning, the main area of the storm is tracking towards the US border to the southeast here. So you're kind of in the middle here. You might get some rain. I'm sure you're getting some rain now, but we'll keep watching.
Brendan, not Adam,
Yeah.
sorry. I was reading where it said Adam. Dalton has brought up a picture in the team chat. Looks kind of suspicious, lowering.
Oh, I was in a different chat. Let me switch that. And that's the one that's tornado warned right now, I believe.
Yeah, that's Cartwright area.
Got it. So we do have a chaser on the storm. There's a large suspicious lowering. But it's possible that if there's any tornado on the ground, it could be rain wrapped. So we might not have a clear view of it. So that's a possibility. Continue to watch the storm as it tracks towards the border. Seeing if we're seeing any other development. I'm going to take a look just quickly. Fortunately, the Fox Warren radar is out, so we're going to have to resort to using KMBS and the Woodlands radar near Winnipeg. Should hopefully at least give us a good view of the southern part of the tornado watch here, but it's not going to give us a good view further north here. So far, I'm not seeing much in most of the tornado watch area that is developed yet. Actually, speaking of that, is that new? I believe that is new. Little thing that just popped up. We'll have to closely watch that. These storms will pop up quite fast. Still watching. Actually, I'm just gonna do.
Yep.
Oh, you're back.
I am back. I did the classic combo. I dropped an Advil. I never take Advil ever, but I threw one down. The rare headaches that I get, I can't imagine people that get like migraines and headaches all the time. It must be horrifying. But the rare headaches that I get, I just finally, I know it's not great for your stomach, but I throw me down an Advil, eat some food, drink some water, and it usually takes care of it. What I miss, Brad?
Nothing too crazy. Check the team chat. There's an interesting report from that Cartwright storm.
Oh, the Cartwright storm? Yeah. Let me just double check, see what's going on in Ontario quick here. That storm going down through Vaughan and Markham, looking pretty gusty. That one down in Niagara is all but done. When is that? Okay. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Oh, London's getting a little storm. Actually, there's a bit of hail in there, too. Oh, London finally did get a pop-up. Could be some pretty strong winds in there, too. 67 kilometers an hour. That radar is quite far away. And so is this one. That's it says 80 kilometers an hour there. And what's the percentages on this one? Again, we don't have the Exeter radar, so kind of flying blind here. It's tricky. This looks pretty strong though. Down by Thames Center, 81 kilometers an hour, 83. I would think that that's worth notifying here, considering it's the only data we have for this area, and it's getting pretty darn strong. Something like that, maybe. Yep, I'm going to do wind risk. Carefully monitor storm located just east of London. Near Chelmsford, traveling east-southeast, 30 kilometers an hour. Damaging wind gusts are possible with this storm. Wind and hail risk, I'm going to say. Along with severe hail, isolated flooding, and frequent lightning. Going orange on that one. Sending it. Mainly just east of London. There is a storm that went through London, but it doesn't look as strong. Power outage in Clarington. Someone said funnel cloud near Ajax. Really? Excuse me. Watching this tornado warning storm track towards the international border. Very strong wind gusts in there. Still 4% tornado risk, 46% severe wind risk down by Crystal City and south of that in Manitoba. Still looking quite strong. Orange severe thunderstorm warning on most of this storm, actually. Yeah, it looked like mainly a wind risk as it tracked to the southeast. straight line winds, maybe a little bit of downburst action in there. That on the backside still looks interesting. Right here. That's pretty interesting. Good. And we continue to track storms in. We did have that tornado report on the storm that is slowly moving. Is it slowly moving or does it just keep regenerating? No, it's basically just slowly moving. Oh, no, it did regenerate. Ah, so that's actually a new cell in the same spot. That one died out. This one replaced it. And what are we dealing with here? 2% tornado risk on that one. Shine bright like a diamond. Diamond. I attempted to submit a report through the app for Scarborough, but did it not work? Yellow tornado watch in Winnipeg? What? Where are you seeing this, Jericho? Yeah, there's no warning for London. Thank you, Alex. Appreciate it.
There's a yellow tornado watch all along in western Manitoba, like to the west of Winnipeg, but not actually in the city.
That's right. Yeah, so Winnipeg just has the special weather statement right now. The tornado watch is all over here. This is the tornado watch here, which covers make sure. Hold on. Hey, Bren, my little trick there when it's not clickable, you just flip through the modes and then it's clickable again. You gotta squash that one. Yeah, so tornado watch for all of these areas here. So Dauphin all the way through Brandon, that's all tornado watch. But Winkler, Portage la Prairie, Selkirk, Steinbach, Winnipeg, there's only special weather statement for this area. They're about to drop the tornado warning in Manitoba? Probably. Yeah, severe thunderstorm watch for London, but no severe thunderstorm warning at this point in time. And again, it's Exeter radar's down, so it's really difficult to see what's going on. Oh, you know what I gotta do? It's time for standing desk. That's right. I'll see you up there. All right. I'm up. I'm up. Oh. These crumbs off me. Norwich from King, definite couplets, says Suds. I'll check it out. I was about to raise the microphone. I realized that it's raising on its own here. What's going on with my camera? There we go. Or my monitor, I mean. All right, I'll check it out. Oh, this? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's multiple tilt. Sorry, I don't know if it's multiple tilts. We're going to find out. Yeah, multiple tilts. All right, I see minor rotation there. I see you, Suds. I see what's going on. Look at you go. Not the first time Suds has brought something to my attention. I appreciate it. What's her percentages on here? I wouldn't know. 1% tornado risk on it. Pretty low. But definitely a little bit of minor rotation there. Also, might be a little bit of rotation in that Thames Center storm there. But tornado risk on that one is pretty low. Let's go here. Let's take a look at storm relative velocity. Not as interesting. Yeah, a little bit of minor rotation there. Pretty weak. I kind of want to give it one more frame here. That London one is kind of catching my eye too. It actually looks, from Buffalo, looks more like a downburst. Really strong 101 kilometer an hour winds there. I think that's probably worth notifying. I'll say minor rotation as well, but yeah, that's looking pretty strong. Thank you, Suds. Appreciate it. I get as long as the nearby Storm track by Hatchley, New Durham. Just northeast of Norwich, right? Yeah. Damaging wind and minor rotation. Carefully minor storm located 19 kilometers southeast of Woodstock. Yep. Near Burford. I should just say just northeast. Just northeast of Norwich. Traveling east. Actually, traveling northeast. At 22 kilometers an hour. I don't know about those timings here. Damaging wind gusts are possible, and there is some minor rotation with this storm. With minor rotation, wall cloud, funnel cloud. In rare cases, minor rotation can produce a wall cloud, funnel cloud, or tornado in its lifespan. Please be safe in the path of this storm. Hail and isolated flooding are also possible. That's at 5:59. Let's go orange and 2 hours. Sending. $2,594 people with our free app, Instant Weather. You can download that at instantweatherapp.com. 17 people with our text message alerts that you can subscribe to at textmessagealerts.com. %45 severe wind potential with this storm east of London here. It's looking pretty grumpy, actually. See what it looks like from Cleveland. Okay. Heading down towards Putnam right now. I've had folks report storms to us in those areas. Caitlin says, I got your alert about wind and minor rotation in Brantford, but it's all calm right now. Yeah, it's nowhere near you yet. It's right here, near Hatchley. And it is tracking to the northeast. So it's all down here. Brantford's fine right now, but this is heading your way. So that's why you're getting the notification. If I create an arrow and I go like this, that's the way it's going. Kind of. It might actually be going more like, wait, not that way, this way. Might be going a little bit more to the east, maybe towards Scotland, Mount Pleasant, but it may head up towards Brantford as well. Little tiny bit of rotation there near Teeterville. So all you Teetervillians, heads up on that one. Let's go from King City. There's upper level rotation too on this. There is definitely rotation on this now from King on the latest frame. Whoa. Until 2, until 3. Yeah, definitely. Right there near Putnam. I'm going to do a minor rotation on that too. Right near Ingersoll and Putnam area. Something like this. Maybe down towards Delhi. Might be going a little bit more that way-ish. Maybe down towards Tilsonburg. Maybe towards Norwich. Hard to tell. Something like that. Probably pretty good. Yeah, I'm going to say minor rotation on that. Minor rotation on the storm located 13 kilometers northwest of Norfolk. What? Oh, Norfolk. I see. Northwest of Norfolk. I'll just say near Putnam. Putnam. Tracking to the east, southeast. Possibly towards hard to say. Maybe just towards I was gonna say to the southeast. In rare case, hard to say exactly where it's going. Rotation detected. That's at 6:04. Blue. Sending it. Petrolia, hard sideways rain. Thank you, Christy. Appreciate it. I'll take a look. Yeah, we don't have Exeter radar here, so again, we're kind of doing the best we can with the tools we have here, with the data we have. We have a radar outage. It'd be really nice to have that radar right now. It would clarify a lot of things, but because we don't have it, we're gonna obviously err on side of caution. Sideways rain we're hearing in Petrolia. Thank you. Doesn't look too bad from the Detroit radar, and it doesn't look too bad from Cleveland. And those are pretty much our options over there. So, all right, I'm going to jump over quickly to Eastern Ontario, see if there's anything standing out. There isn't really. Little storm west of Athens, nothing too wild. All right, how did that storm go that went down through the GTA? Looks like it may have weakened a bit. I do want to extend my polygon just on that part of the storm there. Basically from here to here. And down. Oh, wait, I don't want to go all the way to there. No. Just want to go from here down and then over and then include, let's see here. Basically just this right about there. And then back to here. Perfect. Severe thunderstorm potential. Nah, I'm just going to say winds, small hail, and minor flooding risk. Carefully monitor the storm. Tracking through parts of the GTA, including Toronto. Isolated flooding. There is small risk for isolated flooding, as the storm has torrential rain, small hail, and frequent lightning. Frequent lightning is also possible. Gusty winds are a concern too, but they should stay below severe thresholds. Thresholds based on the latest radar data. Okay. That's at 6:08. Letting our friends in GTA know that we're keeping an eye on that one. Extending that polygon we did earlier. Bum 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 bum. Connor says, what's the best radar for severe weather? I'd say Instant Weather Pro for sure. What we're using right now. You can subscribe to it at instantweatherpro.com. We also have a great free app called Instant Weather, and it's going to get even more awesome with the update we're just about to release for it. We've been working hard on it. That rotation continues. That Suds is picking up on over by Hatchley, tracking kind of to the east. So if you're in Fairfield Plain, I don't like the look of this. This is somewhat concerning here. Doesn't look too bad on tilt 2, but it's definitely showing up until 1. So some low-level rotation on that storm. Keeping an eye on that. And we do have some minor rotation here on that Ingersoll storm. It looks like it may have weakened a bit, but it's worth keeping an eye on that as well. Let's jump back over to the tornado warning storm, which it looks like they're probably going to drop that tornado warning considering there is no storms inside of that polygon anymore. It turned into mainly a wind risk, and an orange severe thunderstorm was issued on that in southern Manitoba. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. There's a tornado watch spanning from areas west of Winkler, west of Portage la Prairie, over towards Brandon, Minnedosa, Neepawa, Gladstone, Sydney, Shiloh, Boissevain, Killarney, all the way up to Sandy Lake, to Dauphin, Ebb and Flow. Is this all tornado watch up here? Oh wow, it goes really far north, all the way up to Grand Rapids. Wow, that's a pretty far north tornado watch. You don't see that very often. North of half of Manitoba. Wait, not even close. Sorry, not even close. A little bit less than half. I forgot to go all the way, way up there, which is way up. Bum, 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 bum. So I am unfortunately away for different reasons tomorrow night and Saturday night. So hopefully, probably tomorrow, I think I have to leave in the mid-afternoon tomorrow. So if there is something going on in the early afternoon, I can stream. And then Saturday night, I think I have to leave tomorrow around 3, and I think on Saturday around 4-ish Eastern or so. I haven't even I've been so deep in this. I'm sure there's some weather. I think Saturday actually looks quite severe or at least there's severe risk in Manitoba and Saskatchewan, I believe. I'm not sure about anywhere else. I have to go double check, but let me go do that in the background actually real quick. I'll just take a look at the NAM real fast. So tonight, Manitoba, Saskatchewan mainly, a little bit of Ontario. And then tomorrow, okay, so Friday night does look like a little bit of Saskatchewan risk tomorrow. And then Saturday looks much more organized across Saskatchewan, Manitoba. Yeah, but Ontario looks pretty boring. Tiny little bit of a storm risk in parts of Ontario over the next couple of days, but nothing too wild. But yeah, so the main risk is going to be, and there's a little risk in Alberta as well too on Friday. Just based off of one model, one particular scan, is where I'm getting that from. But I've been watching that Saturday Saskatchewan Manitoba kind of develop for a little bit now, and yeah, so that's what's happening. So we'll try our best to stream tomorrow. We may or may not be able to, depending on, of course, Brandon's schedule and if Alanda can help out as well too. And then on Saturday, I will also be away in the evening too. So I'll be gone. My apologies in advance, but you know me, it doesn't matter where I am. I'm going to be checking my phone and probably mentioning rotation and stuff like that. So yeah, it's hard to pull me away from that thing. It has become an extension of my brain. Does anybody else feel the same way? Probably. Like if you lose your phone, it's like you lost a limb, you know? I mean, it's not exactly like that, but that's kind of, a lot of people describe it as that because you're like, oh my goodness, where'd it go? I need it. I got to find it. I don't have it. Which would not be the reaction, of course, losing a limb. You wouldn't be like, where is it? I can't find it. Unless you literally lost it. And our thoughts are with those who have actually lost limbs, because I knew this girl in high school in a boating accident. It was very sad. But she was very nice, and she was an awesome person, and she carried on. What else can you do, right? You got to keep going. No matter what cards that life throws at you, you just got to keep chipping away and keep rolling forward. There's a new thunderstorm warning. Kate, which one? Oh, Tales of Thetis says, why did London get the thunderstorm warning, but it says locations impacted Thamesford and Woodstock? Because it's still county-based warnings. So you see this is a giant severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued, okay? So it's from here to here to here to here to here. This is like, if they want to notify this storm, they have to notify this giant area. I don't know if that's exact division of those. And then they also notified this area and also this area, if they want to notify these storms. So Environment Canada is working on storm-based alerts, but it seems like they may not be coming out this year. Going through Ingersoll right now, big time hail. Could be a problem. Is it possible to see Environment in Instant Weather Pro app, or will it? Do you mean like the SPC mesoanalysis suds? And I think, yeah, I don't know if we've added to the app yet, but we definitely will. I was confused. I appreciate your explanation. All good. Yeah, that's why it's really important to read the details, because when we started this back in 2013, there was no details to be found. So that's the thing that frustrated me the most, was like, where are the details in the alerts? Where is the storm? Where is it going? How come it's just a giant county being notified for a storm that's in like the southeast part of that county? Like, there was just no granularity at all. So that's a huge part of why we started doing this. And now, over time, thank goodness, Environment Canada started to put more and more details into their alerts. Now, in some cases, they say where the storm is, where it's going, exactly which areas are going to be affected. Like, even the fact that they have county-based alerts still, just the fact that they add those details to the description is like so much better. So it's things have definitely gotten better. Used to be like, Barrie, Collingwood, Midlands, take shelter from some tornado somewhere. And you're just like, what? Where is it? It's blue skies out. What is happening right now? And that's a big part of why, weather person, eh? I still get that. Once in a while, I'm like, someone's like, hey, what do you do? And I'm like, oh, I run a weather company called Instant Weather. And they're like, oh. Their first like knee-jerk go-to is like, you never get it right, but you still keep your job. I got to work on my comebacks for that one. My meeting, but then it seems super defensive. I'm like, oh yeah, well, what do you do? And then I'll try to find like some flaw in that. And I'm just like I just take a deep breath and laugh with them and move on. It's so easy to get defensive with that.
A few years ago, someone was mouthing off like that to my dad about my job.
Okay.
And my dad said, like, oh, yeah, I almost punched him right in the mouth. I was like, oh, my
God. That is not the solution to that one. Yeah, no. Violence is probably not the most appropriate. You know what? Violence just means you lost. Like, if you have to punch somebody because of something they said, you lost. I mean, they lost.
That's more of a typical reaction of a dad whose kid's getting bad mouthed.
Well, no, whose kid's getting bullied. Yeah, no, for sure. Absolutely. I totally get that. But I'm just saying, like, if you actually resort to violence, then you just lost the battle. If you can outwit them, then to me, to some degree, you might have won the battle. But yeah, but if you have to resort to violence, then I mean, they lost the battle by getting punched, but you won the battle because
no, he didn't actually hit anybody, but it was one of those. Like, oh, I would have done it.
I would have punched him right in the mouth. I see. Yeah. It's just protective dad mode, like the first time you meet your boyfriend and he's holding a 12 gauge kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's protective dad mode. Let's see here. Dun, 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 dun. That's right. Free promo for McDonald's here. Can you imagine? YouTube's like, you got a copyright strike for humming the McDonald's theme song. What? Storm's still looking pretty grumpy down here. Let's go take a look at some reports. For those who are wondering, we are live streaming in Manitoba and in Ontario at the same time. And so we're kind of hopping back and forth. We cover storms across Canada. Let's just say this. We stream in Canada. That's where we stream. So some people are like, how come you're not talking about Ontario? Or how come you're not talking about Manitoba? And it's because we talk about both. We just go back and forth. So if you want to hang out and you want to watch us track storms across Canada, then cool. That's what we do. If not, we can appreciate it. This photo is corrupted, but I can see their grass and I can see the street. So I can see some things. I don't know why photos do. Some photos just come through corrupted like that. It's driving me nuts. This was a video from Toronto of the rain and the clouds coming through. Interesting looking clouds up there. Appreciate it. This is a photo from Ingersoll. Thank you so much. Appreciate the reports. This is a video from Norfolk of that thunderstorm. Great view. Living in a city all my life, it's so, I mean, not a huge city, but, Barrie. But it's so nice. Like every time I just go drive out through Midhurst or through Oro, or basically just where there's farm fields and stuff, and you can see way down valleys, and or you drive up 26, towards Wasaga Beach, and you can just see all the way out by is it Glengarry Landing or something there? And you can just see so far, and it's just so beautiful. I don't know. There's something about that I just love so much. And then on the flip side, it's also nice to have a Costco nearby. So, it's like that's the balance. Costco nearby, beautiful fields. Costco nearby, beautiful fields. Beautiful fields, fresh air, Costco nearby. It's pretty much, that's the scale of life, everyone. Costco versus nature.
I'll take 100% nature, 0% Costco. Thank you.
Oh, you don't like Costco? I mean, it's
I can live without it. I need to get to
true.
Costco. It's at least 45 minutes for me. So
well, that's what I'm
worth
saying. It's like it would suck if I have to go really really far. I mean, we have to go to the other side. Like we live up by the hospital in Barrie. We'd have to go all the way to the south end of Barrie, which that is a journey itself. It'd be really nice if there was a bridge across Lake Simcoe. By the way, that'd be sweet. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen.
I could have a Costco like 3 hours, 2 days away from me. I wouldn't care.
Fair
But
enough.
funny enough, I could see one from my bedroom window when I lived in Guelph.
Oh, interesting. It's a journey, though. Costco is. You want to see nature at its wildest? Just go into a Costco. Really, that's that's nature at its wildest, right there. We've seen some rotation of these storms, but thankfully they are south of the international border now. At least, wait, are they? Yeah, they are. Yeah, this is our polygon. Yeah, so they're. I mean, thankfully for Manitoba, they're south of the border. Not so thankful for areas in North Dakota here, but North Dakota areas seen some rotation on that. So hopefully the National Weather Service is all over that one for you. A little bit of weak rotation in there, but it's definitely worth paying attention to. And so what's happening right now? I don't think there's even a severe thunderstorm Is there a severe thunderstorm warning in Manitoba? We're going to find out. I'm going to start clicking on things here. Let's see. Is this a warning or a watch? That is a watch. I don't think there's a warning right now in Manitoba.
The only warning in effect out west is in Saskatchewan.
Is this one down here? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The Shaunavon redo here. Yeah.
I'm going to highlight a comment real quickly here. Someone's asking, what's going on in Alberta? No storm spiring. So the thing with Alberta today, it was going to be a huge question mark. It's going to be boom or bust. The environment has a ton of shear that was possibly going to be way too much for storms to really get going and live long term. Like we could have seen some pop-ups here and there, but with this heavily sheared environment, it's pretty much overriding any of the instability. So they might still pop up for the next hour or two, but as we get later, it's looking more and more unlikely.
So this whole severe thunderstorm watch in Alberta might be a total bust, eh? Interesting.
Yeah.
We'll see. Kelly says, how do we send in reports or photos? I see you're on YouTube, Kelly. So 2 different ways. One, you can download our free app. It's called Instant Weather. It is free. And then click the report button once you get through the whole, download process. And you go through the whole tutorial. You can skip the tutorial if you want. But you might want to go through it. You can always replay it. It's in the settings. Anyways, I digress. Click the report button. And then you can click the camera button. You can film a video or a photo and you can send it right to us and it pops up on our map and we can check them out. Or you can actually go to our reporting groups. So we have Alberta storm reports, we have Saskatchewan storm reports, we have Manitoba storm reports, Ontario storm reports, and we have Atlantic Canada storm reports as well too. So we'll be starting a Quebec group page and we'll be starting a British Columbia group page relatively soon. It's on our to-do list. The to-do list is big, but we're going to get there. We're definitely going to have those because, there's times where we're live streaming in Quebec. There's times where we're live streaming in British Columbia. Actually, have we ever live streamed in BC? We might not have. We really gotta. We've talked about it for years. We really gotta expand out towards BC. It'd be nice to have a team member out there somewhere out in BC that can cover stuff for us. That would be great. So we're working towards that slowly but surely. There is a little bit of rotation actually up by Snowflake, still in 3% tornado risk on that one. This kind of just developed here, right along the international border, right there. Let me see what U.S. radar gives us, if anything, on that one. Okay. What about from KMVX? Ooh. KMVX is a lot more interesting on that one. That's kind of like a tiny little bookend vortex there. And the percentages are 3% tornado risk on it. But if I go to, who's got the closer radar? I don't know who's closer here. Let me just click on this and say, who's the closest radar? Woodlands is the closest. And yeah, I'm seeing a little bit of minor rotation there. It's going to head towards the border. I'm just going to go ahead and click that and do something like this and just let these folks know that there's a little bit of minor rotation along the international border just east of Snowflake. Snowflake tracking to the east. Something like that. Snowflake tracking to the east. I'm just going to go minor rotation on that one. Minor rotation on radar with storm located near Langdon, North Dakota. No. Just east of Snowflake, tracking to the southeast into, or across the international border. Yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Take that line out, and probably only about an hour, I think, on that one. 32 people somehow in this little polygon. Wild. Absolutely wild. There's 32 people right there. You know what? If you're close to the North Dakota border, you're probably paying attention to weather a lot. So that makes sense. Probably some farmers down there paying attention to weather. Yeah. They want to know what's up. Makes perfect sense. Little minor rotation detected polygon. This could be outflow, but it kind of has a little bit of a bookend look from the US radar. It kind of just curls around right here. So that's interesting. So yeah, if you are down there, please pay attention to that storm. Alberta looks like it could be a bust, as per what Alana mentioned. That looks pretty strong. That storm looking east from London, we just had a report. We're going to go back to Ontario here. I'm sitting back down. I don't know how long I've been standing for, but I've already given up on it. Looks like Brennan's got an admirer. That's flattering. That's nice, though. Okay, I gotta move my chair down slightly. Anybody else get this weird feel? I swear, every single time. I don't know if I'm the only one who experiences this, but does anybody else, like, if you're in one of those chairs where you can click the button and the chair will fall down, right? Before you click the button, you already start to feel weird, like you're about to fall, like this falling weird feeling. Does anybody else have that? Am I the only one who experiences this? I swear, like right before I go to hit it, I almost get dizzy, like just knowing that I'm about to fall. I get pre-nauseous just for a second before the chair falls. Brianna says yes. Do you experience that? Do you know what I mean? Like just in anticipation of falling, my brain is already like, we're about to fall, and it starts to like get like roller coastery kind of noshy feel. It's weird. Polska says no, you're mental. Sorry, what'd you say, Atlanta?
I said no, that definitely sounds a little weird. It's like you're psyching yourself up for like a 2-inch drop.
No, I know. That's exactly what it is. It's like it's like almost like an anxiety-induced nauseousness, but based on we can get you help, she says. Yes, OMG, that happens to me too. It's like a carnival ride. That's funny. I get that feeling, but only when I'm just about to go to sleep. Yeah, sometimes I go to sleep, I get a little like, almost like woken up sometimes from what feels like kind of falling in a way. Yeah, physical memory. Yeah, exactly. Are you worried that it will eject you instead? Yeah, I'm worried I'm hit that button and it's just going to throw me in the air. Yeah, totally. I don't know why. I get that every time. Every time my body's like, we're about to fall. It's like I'm going to, like you say, it's falling a few inches, and my mind is like preparing for this. And maybe I have like an inner ear thing or something. I usually don't get nauseous, but I did go to Wonderland for the first time in 2 or 3 years, and proactively when I go to Wonderland, I find the gravel. I've learned that because gravel solidly saved my life. I was just like, I remember I thought I was still young. I could ride all these roller coasters. After about 3 roller coasters, I was just like, oh man, I need to. And I don't go on the spinny ones. That's always been out of the options. But even just up and down roller coasters, just maybe something about the stomach. I don't know, but yeah. So gravel, like made it so much better. I'm out here shilling gravel. They have the ginger kind, which is just like pure ginger. That actually works pretty good. But I think I tried the other one. I'm like, give me the strong gravel. But I took it before I went, and you know what? I could still feel a little bit of grossness, but I bet you I was going to feel way worse without it. So, yeah, if you have a hard time riding roller coasters because of that kind of stuff, consult your physician and see if gravel is all right for you. Gravels are they're. I wonder if gravel will sponsor the stream. We'll have to give them a call. If spinning around like a tornado makes you nauseous. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Why would gravel be something you look for at Canada's Wonderland? Because roller coasters make you not gravel.
Okay, so I'm not the only one. I was doing something in the background. It's like, why is Adam talking about little rocks? Like, I don't understand.
I chew rocks. I eat glass. No. No, like gravel. OL. Gravel. It's the anti-nausea drug. It's for being nauseous. Anti-nausea. Anti-nausea, that's what it is. But again, consult your physician before randomly taking stuff like that. You want to make sure there's no conflicts with any of your existing medications. Alberta. Is Alberta going to wake up? Wakey, wakey. We don't want it to wakey, wakey. There's a stationary front there, and there's a trough as well, too. You can see in the dashed orange line. And it looks like might be a bust over there. We'll see.
I'm working on a post right now that's saying that today could end up being a bust. So now things are going to explode. Just you wait.
Oh, of course. No, every single time I've ever posted, like, this might be a bust. Then there's just like a single supercell pops up. It's a monster. It's tornado warned. Every single time I've done that. So you're totally jinxing Alberta right now. I did say wakey, wakey to Alberta, though. So there's that. Patricia says gravel might help when you swipe the radar back and forth, Adam. That's pretty funny. I do swipe it back and forth a lot. Well, I'm trying to look. I'm like, reflectivity. Yeah, see, there's a little bit of a bookend on this one. Just a little bit. Right near Windy Gates. A little bit of a bookend. A little bit of rotation. And I do that. Maybe it'll help. And 7% tornado risk, actually, on that little cell. So there's that. Oh my goodness. We're not even that deep into the evening here, and this is already becoming the after hours live stream in our team chat here. It's getting better. Call the HR department here. Oh, Brennan is the HR department. So that's kind of a conflict. Let's see here. That rotation up by Scotland did weaken. So that's good news for Mount Pleasant and Brantford. Someone did say wall cloud rotation. Let me go take a look at the reports here. This is from Brant, Ontario. Whoa. You can see this kind of swirl motion here. Let's go see where that is. Let's go take a look first. So that one's from 6:30. This is from Norfolk County. Not too windy, which is good. And thank you for that report. Appreciate it, Red B. Anonymous sent this one. Let's go look at the map here. Yeah, this was right here. Oopsie. From 9 minutes ago when that storm was still showing some signs of rotation here. But it has weakened. Sorry, that one right there. Oh, did they send in another wall cloud report 3 minutes ago? Is that the same person? Maybe somebody different. I'll go double check that one as well. Look kind of like AI? No. You think so, Derek? I'll pull it back up. I don't think so. I think it looks pretty normal. This one here? Hold on a second here. Oh, that was the earlier one from Brantford. So this is from Grace C. So this is from, so Derek, just for context, this is from someone else in Brantford, right? Which has kind of that same look to it. And then we look at this one here. This is the one you think, oh, that is also a different one. So that is the same storm again from someone else in Brantford at 6:23. So that's, yeah, that one, and then this one, which looks like the same storm again. You think this looks like AI? I don't know. It looks totally fine to me. Let's see here. Was it that one? No. It was one of these. That one? Nope. But yeah, we've gotten multiple reports from different app users from different locations here. Is it this one? Yeah. If I go to full screen there you can see it a little bit better. I don't know. That looks pretty legit. Nothing about that really stands out. You can probably find this exact corner. That's probably exactly where the storm is. Yeah, that looks pretty solid to me, Derek. Derek, what do you think? By the way, good to see you. Excellent. Thanks, Adam. I was wrong. Oh, no, all good. It's all good. No worries. I mean, at first glance, because it's really like a really nice smooth shelf too. I can see what you mean. Like it almost looks like, hold on a second. But yeah, no, that's got a heck of a little footprint there, right? But that thing was rotating for sure. So that makes sense that there's upper level rotation. You can see those like cuts, those nice rounded cuts. This is what we were seeing, I think yesterday in Saskatchewan a whole bunch of times. We were seeing these like really like compact with a big foot at the bottom and then just like swirl, like barber pole all the way up. Yeah. Thank you for that report, though. I appreciate it. Anonymous, if that is your real name. I got to stop saying that terrible joke. I just keep saying it over and over again. I can't help myself. I can't help myself when it comes to bad jokes. Tilsonburg's going to probably get some hail here. 49% severe wind, 14% severe hail, but that just kind of popped up in the last couple frames there. It looks like Tilsonburg's going to be into the hail on that one. I like your post, Atlanta. Where are the storms? Thinking face. It'd be fun, even funnier if the rest of your post was just like, no, but seriously, where are they? Has anybody seen one? And that was it. That was the whole post. But I see you went into an actual explanation. I appreciate it.
I'd make a little missing persons post. Is like, have you seen this storm?
Yes. Have you seen this storm? I don't know if that would be so apropos with an Amber Alert happening right now, but I can appreciate the joke, yes.
Oh, yikes. Yeah. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about that. My
No
bad.
worries. It's all good. It doesn't come anywhere close to when there was literally a hurricane going through New Orleans, and I started to play New Orleans is Sinking, and then you stopped me. If anybody remembers those...
so incredibly horrified. I was like, no, you cannot play that right now.
I just told my brain just did not connect those dots. I was just like, people are like, oh, can you play Tragically Hip? I'm like, yeah, I got this. And I look over at the chat and I just see Alana with like N-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O-O. And I was like, and then I quietly like quieted the song, and then I moved into a different song. I was just like, oh yeah, that's a good point. There's literally a hurricane going through New Orleans while I'm starting to play. Anyways, yeah, that was dumb. Not one of my finest moments. It's just a good thing I didn't get to like, you know what would have happened is I would have played that song all the way to the chorus, and as soon as I sang the chorus lyrics, it would have hit me right there, and then I would have been horrified. But I would just been like, I mean, at least I just did like the opening guitar riff. That would have been bad. You did your best. Thanks. Appreciate it. But in a more appropriate time, when we do the missing storm report thing, we got to put it on like an old milk carton. In that missing person style, that would be maybe slightly better. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't do that at all. Probably not funny to joke about missing stuff. Hyperblitz says the St. Tite incident. I mean, that was just, I think that was hilarious. It just came out so naturally. I'm like, let's go find a location in Quebec. I won't even say it, but yeah. My favorite part about that whole thing was the uncontrollable laughter from Brennan and Alana. Alana was horrified, but still couldn't.
It was another horrified, shocked. It was like, I can't believe that just happened moment.
I know, but you still laughed. It was good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's more of an embarrassment. It's like, dear God, this guy pays my bills, writes my paycheck.
Although you run the payroll, so that's fine.
That is true.
So you ultimately actually pay yourself. But what was I going to say? I could picture your face getting redder and redder in that moment. So maybe it was a good thing you weren't on camera.
Meanwhile, I was over here just enjoying it.
You were, by the way, Brennan, is it just me or is Brennan so much louder than Alana and me? Or is it just, he's definitely louder than Alana by probably 2 times louder. But
let me see if I can adjust it.
But is he?
It seems like we're adjusting it constantly.
I think maybe you and me are at the same volume level. Maybe Alana's quiet. It's possibly that way. It's hard to say. He is absolutely louder, says Devium. Yeah.
Because last time I turned it down and then people were complaining it was too quiet.
Well.
Like a Goldilocks situation here.
There's no pleasing. Let's see here.
Okay, I turned it down a bit.
I think that's better. All right, everybody say check, check. You ready? I'll go first, then Alana, then Brennan. Here we go. Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Are we balanced, folks? Let me know in the comments. Are we balanced? So nothing in Red Deer, says Soccer Calgary. If those storms don't pop, then there's no storms. So what's holding it back? Is there a cap going on here? It kind of looks like there's no forcing with a stationary front. There's not much forcing there. So
the issue is just over sheared environment. It's pretty much outdoing any of the instability. Like I think Cape was up to about 2,000, 2,500, but shear levels were through the roof.
Okay. Almost like when you have a too strong of a shear environment and a hurricane can't produce, right?
Pretty much, yeah. Like obviously you're going to want shear for thunderstorms, but there is such thing as too much of it.
Yeah.
And there's also a lot of wildfire smoke that is contaminating.
Yeah, I've heard many times where the people are saying that like that is like mitigating severe storms.
Yeah, I think it was either last year and or the year before when we had significant smoke issues. It was a much quieter year for thunderstorms and tornadoes across the prairies and into southern Ontario.
Oh, I can edit, Alana, I can edit your mic settings. That's crazy. So I can actually turn off automatically adjust mic volume, and then you're at 100, so I'm going to boost you to about 150 because Patricia says that you're a lot quieter. Okay. All right. And let's see. I'm going to mess with Brendan. See, he's got me. I can't mess with his. It's grayed out. I don't know why I can mess with Lana's, but not Brendan's.
Turned it down a tad because people were saying I was way louder. So let's see how this is sounding.
Are you using automatic adjust or are you using the slider?
Manual.
Okay, so yeah, what are you at now? Are you at like 100?
I was at 120. I turned it down to 110. Now it's at 105.
All right, 100 is pretty. I mean, I'm at 100, which is usually the way to go unless you really need to boost it. So, but I put Atlanta to 150. So let's do our check again. You ready? Check, check, check. 1, 2, 2, 2.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
I was the only 2, 2, 2 of that. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. Be that way. How's that? Is it all balanced now? This bookend vortex is still continuing. You can see this bookend vortex right here. It's a bookend vortex. Do, do, do. Heading towards Brown, Manitoba. Wondering what a bookend vortex is. It is rotation. I think the percentages here were pretty low, though. Let's see. It says 1%, but it's been pretty persistent with this cell. Multiple tilts. Continuing to the east here. I think I'm going to continue this little. I'm going to do another little polygon. It's a polygon time. It keeps wanting to go east. Kind of stretch it out a little bit here. Something like that. It almost wants to go like. It's almost it was going southeast and it's still continuing to just ride the border here. I don't think it's going to affect Winkler, but maybe over towards Altona potentially. It's trying to get out of there, but we'll see what it does. I'll make it a little bit long, like that. That's probably good. So where is it right now? It is tracking east towards Brown, Manitoba, right along the international border. Polygon time. Minor rotation. There's a storm located 32 kilometers west. Basically south. Now, I don't even need to mention Winkler here. With the storm located, or storm tracking east into Brown MB, right along the international border. And that is at 5:59 in Manitoba. I'm going to send that out to how many folks? 345. What? All right. That's surprising for such a rural area down there. Yeah, Brent, for Alana's birthday, let's split on a microphone. The one you got was pretty good. How much was the one you got? It was like a couple $100 or something? Or was it less?
Not even that. I want to say it was like $50.
What?
They're like very
okay.
affordable now.
Oh, okay. I
I
mean, your
might
mic
be
sounds great.
misremembering because that was like 4 years ago.
Somebody Google that. I think Brennan said his was a HyperX. Was it a HyperX? Yeah. HyperX, like, and yours is a USB mic, right? So basically, the mic and the preamp are all built right into the microphone, and then you just plug a USB cable into your computer. Is that it?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, well, that makes it super easy. We're going to have to split on one for Alana. Get her a
I
fancy
can buy
mic.
one for myself. It's just I haven't gotten around to it.
Well, it's not even that. It's hard to buy presents for people, you know? So I don't know when your birthday is. I forget. You've mentioned it several times. I should probably remember by this point.
Dunrobin Tornado.
Dunrobin is literally your birthday? So it's September. What was it? It wasn't the 16th, was it? No. Was it? It was September. You would have corrected me already if it wasn't September. So it was September?
Yeah, it was September.
All right. Dunrobin. I'm not even looking at the comments. I got to think of my final guess for Dunrobin. I should know this. It was September. Was it maybe September 10th? I don't know. It's either maybe September 10th or September 16th. I can't remember.
No, a little bit later.
Oh, was it like the 21st or 22nd or something? Or 23rd?
Yes, 21st. Yeah.
Ah, the 21st. That's late in September for an EF3 tornado. My goodness. That live stream was wild. I think that live stream is lost forever, by the way, because I think we only did it on Facebook, and then Facebook was like, download all your old live streams before we delete them all. And I was like, I got to put that on my to-do list. And then one day I was like, oh, that date passed. All right, well, those live streams are all gone forever. That one's like, that one looks cool. Nice. I got this microphone for free, but I had my old work. I was buying a PA system. It was like a nice Bose PA to be able to play like live shows with and stuff. And then my boss who sold to me was just like, oh yeah, there's a microphone in there. I was gonna try to do my own. He had a radio kind of. He's like, yeah, there's a microphone in there, and you can grab that if you'd like. And he's like, I was gonna do radio spots and stuff, so I bought this microphone. They were actually a Sennheiser dealer, so he had, he got it at cost or whatever. And he's like, just screw it in. And then I look it up, and I'm like, oh my goodness, that is one, if not the greatest Sennheiser microphone ever made that presidents used to announce into. So yeah, if you're an audio nerd like me, it's an MD441. I actually did have to get it fixed at one point because it just stopped working. But once I got it fixed, I was like, this microphone is amazing. I'm going to keep it. And then I even got the proper Sennheiser little puffy thing for it. And so this is like, if you watch all these old like presidents making announcements back in like the 70s and 80s, or Stevie Nicks sings into this thing. There's a lot of awesome musicians that sing into this mic. But it is crazy expensive. But I got it for free. So there's that. Rotation of Woodstock? And I'm doing it somewhat justice. I'm going into a universal audio preamp. So I'm giving it the proper juice. This universal preamp is actually really cool because it has a compressor built right into it. So you just press the compressor button, and then you can say fast. There's like vocals, guitar, fast, or off, and I run it at fast. So it's a really punchy compression, which helps a lot. Earl says, Adam, I've told some people, mainly ones in Canada, to get your app. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Derek says, wow, the MD441 has been a standard for high-end studios. Great on snares. Yeah, actually, we record the Atlantis Blueprint albums. All the snares are recorded with this mic. And you can tell because there's a giant dent in the grill for where my old drummer smashed it one time with a stick. No, not the entire Facebook Live archive is gone. Yeah, so basically, since we've been on YouTube, I've literally saved. Actually, this live stream is not going to save. This will be the first one because I didn't clear out the thing. But since we've been on YouTube, I've literally saved every single live stream that we've ever had. Let me see if I can save this one before it doesn't save. Okay, I got to go to our library and start
download it from YouTube.
Oh, I can do that too. Yeah, I like to get the raw file right from StreamYard. But yeah, I can download it from you. I want to go here. I'm going to download a few right now in the background while we're working, and then maybe it'll allow us to have that one. But that's a good point. If I do miss one, I can just go download it straight from YouTube. That's right. But yeah, it sucks that we lost all those old videos. I mean, we still have all those old posts. Like if somebody really wants to go deep back into history and like go through, we have all the Facebook posts all the way from 2013, but all those live streams, yeah, probably only live streams up to about 2016 or 2017. They're all gone. It's okay though. It's okay. We'll be all right. Okay, I selected 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. 1, 2. 1. I have to very carefully click here. 3, 4, 5 live streams. When they're done downloading, I'll delete them and we should be okay. All right. Well, okay, sound effects. Yeah. I'm all sound effects. I can't help myself. Can I address the Woodstock cell? Yes, I can. Woodstock cell, what do you think you're doing? Nothing's really standing out to me in the Woodstock cell. Again, we don't have Exeter radar, so we only have so much to look at here. But I'm going to just say based on Cleveland, I'm going to look at 4 different radars that are near this thing. Well, not near, but that surround the storm that can at least see it. Detroit, Cleveland, Buffalo. Detroit looks like it could have some strong winds in there, 87 kilometers an hour. But I don't think Detroit is the closest to the storm. I would say that King is a lot closer, and King looks boring. Buffalo is even closer as well. Buffalo's got some pretty high winds in here, but only in the 60s-ish. So, yeah, that one's not really looking that strong, but hopefully that helped. Yeah, this mic is great on snare drums. For some reason, it's always been good on like my singing voice. It just because they say it's the most accurate dynamic mic. It's really flat, so it just kind of makes my voice sound like my voice. This is cool. Other mics they color things. They make things sound different. All right. Okay, we can take a look at some of the reports here. I do want to jump back over here to Manitoba. This storm that seems to be tracking still to the east, still showing some minor signs of rotation near Brown, Manitoba at the moment, heading east towards Friedensfeld West. Only a 1% tornado risk on it, though, so probably nothing too substantial there, but still worth watching. Let's go take a look at Alberta. Nothing going on over there. Most of Saskatchewan looks pretty boring. I guess really this is only it's only a Manitoba Ontario show thus far. A little bit. To be fair, we did have a tornado report south of Swift Current, right near Shaunavon area. It was East End, basically right here near South Fork. We did have a tornado report there earlier. We had a video and a photo from 2 different users. So that's possible brief touchdown there. That's cool. That's cool mic setup. I like it. Oh, that's mic setup. Okay, sweet. Nice. That's awesome. That mic had a 4.6 star rating. That's pretty good. It's cool that they have them all kind of built into one now. It'd be easier to take something like that if I had to travel again. Because, having to bring the preamp with me. I even brought the arm. I have like a nice one of those, I forget what brand it is, but it's one of those nice arms that you can like move the mic away and bring it back and it just stays where it's supposed to be. I brought that whole arm with me. I brought everything with me. I attached the arm to my aunt's bookshelf. If you're familiar with me on some of the previous live streams where I had a different background and I was in Oakville. Okay. Storms are bad. Good. At soccer in Aylmer. Is it Aylmer? I forget how to pronounce it. Aylmer. Alana probably knows. And clouds look awfully concerning. Aylmer. Aylmer.
Yep.
Aylmer. Got to say it with a little bit of a Aylmer.
No, you really don't.
Down here in Aylmer. Let's see. Clouds look concerning. Radar looks pretty boring. Nothing too wild. Buffalo might have a little bit of a better look at it. There could be some isolated strong wind gusts in there. Yeah, these are kind of merging together. Buffalo randomly picks up a 101 kilometer an hour bin, one single bin, which makes me think it's noise. Again, we don't have Exeter radar, so the radar that would show us that area is not happening. It's down again. So it just keeps going down, and then it goes down, and then it comes back, and it goes down. This is like what, the 5th time it's gone down in like 2 months or something? I don't know. Like Elmer Fudd. Everybody said like Elmer Fudd. Yeah, so Sarah, I don't know. I mean, it looks hopefully not too strong. Of course, let us know if the wind picks up. If you're outside in soccer right now, my main concern is there could be lightning and thunder in here. And so that would be obviously a problem with kids on a soccer field. That's my kind of main concern with that. The Woodstock storm's starting to look a little more interesting, actually. There's some reports there, too. So let's see if we can track those down. Rotation looks worse in Woodstock area on radar. Very dark and very bright in areas. Thank you so much, Jasmine. I'm going to try to take a look at it. No, please not interesting, says Tina. Well, we're going to see. We got reports right here from Woodstock. There's a report from Winnipeg. Here's Woodstock. Whoa. Those are some low-hanging clouds. Really low. Interesting. Thank you, AJB, for that report. This is a photo from Winnipeg here. Looks like it's out of the passenger side of the car. We appreciate it. We have to move this thing. It's always in the worst spot. We got to move that location ticker. It's only good where it is vertically, but when you go horizontally, it should really just stick to the bottom, and it should be thin at the bottom, and the compass should be thin at the top when you go horizontal. A lot of people, I appreciate people turning their phone sideways and taking photos like that. I like to see the full landscape mode as opposed to portrait mode, but portrait mode does a better job of not hiding important features behind that box. So if you could send in reports as in portrait mode for right now, and then we'll work on that and we'll get it to the point where it is sending, or it is much better for landscape mode. This is from Ingersoll here with that storm coming in. That was the slowest download of my life. From Stephanie D. Thank you so much, Stephanie D. Appreciate it. From Ingersoll there, looking at that storm coming in. Thank you so much. All my downloads finish? They did. All right, I'm going to delete those 5 videos because I got them all downloaded. Uh-oh. What have I done? Nope, they weren't all downloaded. They're still all downloading, though. It let me delete them, but they're still downloading. Oh, don't touch those. They're still working. Oops, I didn't notice they were still downloading. Oh, that's not good. It seems to be working, though. Oh, there's a photo from Brant. Wow, look at that. Cool, like double shelf cloud there. Interesting. That's from Brant, Ontario. What a view you've got, though. See, this is what I'm talking about. These beautiful, like, rolling fields. Like, look how far you can see. That's so nice. It'd be so nice to have that view all the time, just to be able to see storms from such a distance, right? Like, there's one cool spot, you know, if you head down towards Georgian College and you're, like, looking out towards Midhurst, you can kind of see, like, you could see storms rolling past way, way further north, all the way up to probably, you know, Tay, or almost up to, you can see like storms up in Midland, or even, you know, parts of like almost northeastern Ontario that way, because it's just this nice view. So that's kind of a good spot to be able to see, but I love to be able to see stuff like this. This is just how beautiful to see a storm from a distance like that. It's great. Thank you so much for that report. Appreciate it. So cool. Norfolk County, heavy rain. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. I love the fact you just sent a photo for heavy rain. That's all we need. Heavy rain photo. Perfect. Send in a video if there's, you know, really strong winds, if there's rotation, if there's, you know, wall cloud, a funnel cloud, a tornado, if it's safe to do so. That type of thing, obviously. Here's a photo from Norfolk County as well, too. Beautiful over the water there. Looks great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. That would be looking to the south, I'm guessing. Oh, and looking to the northeast. Where would you be? That must just be a small lake, small body of water there. And the same of the previous reports there. Perfect. Thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate it. Let me go take a look at Woodstock here. Someone said the rotation is getting stronger. Yeah, there is very weak rotation. You have to remember, I know you see red and green on radar, but one is 11 kilometers an hour and the other one is 33. So at the most, this is only 40 kilometers an hour rotation. So we're not getting into extreme levels here, but there is a hint of, a little bit of minor rotation there. Tilt 2 looks pretty boring. So nothing too exciting yet for that Woodstock storm, but it is wrapping up pretty decent. It's kicking it up a notch here. It's not there yet, but it's trying a bit. And it looks a lot more boring from Buffalo radar. Really good to compare radars if you can. I know out west there's a lot of places you can't compare radars. You only really have one good option, and you pretty much just have to roll with that. But looks like there's some storms tracking in from Michigan as well, too, into the Sarnia area. Could see some heavy rain in there. Some heavy torrential rain. Could see some gusty winds. There's stuff maybe heading in towards Detroit and Windsor. Good. And over towards Lake St. Clair. So that's kind of worth keeping an eye on over there. What time is it? All right. Let's go back and check out Snooze Fest over here in Alberta. I'm sure people appreciate that. They've had enough big-time hail lately and enough tornado activity in Alberta. Our thoughts are with those. Oh, we did hear, that there was injuries. I believe Dr. Sills said there was reports of injuries it was this one here. Where was it again? It went through, I'm trying to remember exactly where it went through. Chauvin area, that one. And there's Killarney Lake. Yeah, so there's Killarney Lake, and then there's Dilbury Lake Provincial Park. And supposedly there was actually injuries from that tornado the other day. By the other day, I mean yesterday. It's all blending together. Was it yesterday? I think so.
Yeah, it sounds like 2 people went to hospital with injuries.
Oh, my goodness. That's brutal. Yeah, and there was like trailers flipped, right? And there was just trees everywhere. I think Dr. Sills even said like this morning the search and rescue efforts continue or something like that. So that was a bad one, folks. I really hope everybody stayed safe with that one. That was the same one, remember, where someone sent us a photo where they're like, my parents just decided to leave before that storm even got there. They just left, and they were taking a picture of like the wall cloud, funnel cloud coming in from that one. They just got out of there. I mean, not everybody had that option, right? But and typically you want to hunker down. But if you're in a tent, if you're in a trailer, I mean, there's not a lot of good options in that situation, right? So not a lot. Strong storms near Tilsonburg. Somebody just sent in a report. Thank you so much. Appreciate it, everybody. Looks like where was that funnel cloud?
That's east of Nipawin, Saskatchewan.
And that was probably only a few minutes ago, right?
Yeah, it's like
4:58.
Yeah,
so that was, wow,
little over 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, 13 minutes ago or something. And sorry, where was that in Saskatchewan? Carrot River.
Yeah, so east of Nipawin, which is a little further east of Prince Albert.
Right here. Okay, but do we have a radar up there? We do not. Carrot River, funnel cloud. Wouldn't we see anything up there? Oh, there was an absolute tinkle of a blip of something. It could have been on that. Could have been. It's a tiny, tiny little funnel, but yeah. Okay. Where was that sent in from? Dalton said we can't see radar. We can't see velocity radar there, but we can see a little bit of reflectivity. There was a little hint of a sniff of a hint of a rain cloud there. Oh, you're doing that same post in Saskatchewan? Okay. Yeah, where are the storms? There's a few more, at least rain showers in Saskatchewan right now. But so far, it's been a little bit of a snooze fest, which is good because the radar's down. So we have a hard time tracking those storms regardless. The minor rotation down here, southwest of Winkler. The head fell off this the north end of the bookend vortex. So this storm is a bookend vortex. So you can see it's wrapping back around right here. We've got rotation in here. And then somebody chopped this off because as it tracks, you see it literally separates a left split. And then that's what's going through Winkler right now, but it looks boring. So Winkler's okay. At least from what I can tell from that radar, I would say looks pretty boring for Winkler at this point in time. Let me check the US radar. Yeah, it seems pretty. Let's see here. Actually, it says 4% tornado risk on that. Really interesting. It did say 10 something before. That's also a thing too. Is like it's not necessarily the exact percentage of the tornado risk. It's almost like, is the percentage going up? Is it going down? Like when it said 10% before, it didn't look that strong. And then all of a sudden, bookend vortex comes out of nowhere on it. And then we're like, oh, okay. And now it's separated from the main storm and it says 4%. So 4 on its own is a little bit concerning. But when it's 4% coming down from 10, it feels like we're trending downward, right? So these are things we factor in when we're considering all of this data, all of this wonderful futuristic data we've got that tries to help us determine what we're looking at here. But Winkler could get pretty windy potentially. 15% severe wind risk heading into Winkler right now. Could be a bit of a downburst on that maybe. Sometimes you get these, when you see the velocity separate, right? Where you see kind of like the red over here and then you see the green over here, but there's like really, really light winds in between. That almost says that that's going that way and that's going that way, right? So it could be a little bit of maybe a bit of a burst going through Winkler right now. Let me know. I'm going to double check some weather stations in the background here. The winds down there look pretty calm. Whoa. Actually, the weather station in Morden, it got up to 92.7 kilometers an hour at 6:48. Oh, sorry, 6:48 Eastern. So it would have been. So that would have been 5:48. So right here, Morden had a wind gust of 92 kilometers an hour. Wow, radar is not picking up on that. So that could actually be pretty darn strong going into Winkler right now. And because of that, I think I'm going to send Winkler a notification. Because, whoa, that did not show up at all on radar. So that's a bit concerning. Makes me think that what else is going on around here? Wow. Wind risk, carefully monitor storm, tracking into, actually, hold on. Headed in Winkler, traveling east, northeast at 35 kilometers an hour. Damaging wind gusts are possible with this storm. there is some potential for damaging wind gusts with this storm. That's 617 into Winkler. I'm going to go yellow. Just because that's kind of freaking me out that there was a 92.5 kilometer an hour wind gust in Morden when that storm went through. And it didn't even look that strong. Going yellow. Let me see if I can find any other data on that one. Let's see here. There's a few weather stations down there. Hopefully those are just. Hopefully maybe that was even some sort of glitch on that weather station and the winds weren't that strong. But I guess we're gonna find out. Adam goes by priority of safety. If he isn't talking about your area, that's a good thing. Yeah, if I'm not mentioning your area, chances are nothing's too significant there. It's pouring in Winkler along with some wind. Okay. Hopefully it doesn't get to that severe threshold. That would be good. Again, that station might have had an issue, but that was an MTO station. Should be a good one. Let's go back to Ontario here and see what's up for our friends north of Lake Erie. That St. Thomas storm looks interesting. Kind of. Looks like it's got some pretty heavy rain in there. Could be a little bit of isolated flooding with that one. Speaking of isolated flooding, someone said there was a bit of flooding near southwest Oxford area. I will pull up that image. Give me a moment. How's Woodstock doing? We're getting lots of reports from Woodstock. That weak rotation we saw there. Let's see if King is still picking up on it. Yeah, there's still a little tiny bit of weak rotation on that storm. Looks a little bit more interesting now. Let's see. Tilt 2, tilt 3, tilt 4. Yeah, there could be a little bit of rotation on there. Only a 1% tornado risk on it. That was pretty low. Going low, 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 low. Let's see here. Oh, it's heading towards Gobles. Too bad it's not Gobbles. Can we rename Gobles to Gobbles, please? Polska says St. Thomas, I heard, was bad from friends. I mean, it looks like some pretty heavy rain there. And probably lots of lightning. That storm coming into Sarnia is looking pretty decent. See what the National Weather Service is saying on that storm. Localized flooding, gusty winds. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and blow around unsecure objects. And we'll give Sarnia a little heads up on that one. Could be some flooding with it. All right. Let's see here. Severe thunderstorm potential. Careful amount of storm. Tracking towards Sarnia from Michigan. Moving to the east-southeast. Isolated flooding is the main concern, along with strong wind gusts, small hail, and lightning. And that is at 7:23 in Ontario. I'm going to go blue on that one, and let's go 2 hours and send. So 3,143 something or other. Let's see here. 3,122 people with our free app, Instant Weather, which you can get at instantweatherapp.com. Let's keep an eye on this Woodstock storm. Still only 1% tornado risk on it. Pretty low. Pretty low. Low. Matt seems like a good dude. Eastern Ontario looks pretty boring. Areas north of Lake Erie here. I mean, torrential rain going through St. Thomas. I could see a little bit of flooding potential for St. Thomas, especially if, it looks like it's been quite a bit of precip for that area for a while now. The concrete jungles, they just can't handle the rain. You just can't handle it. The radar working in central Alberta? I believe it is, yeah. Yeah, Strathmore's working. Schuler's working. Carvel's working. I think we're all right. Is Saskatchewan going to be a bust? I mean, we already had a tornado report, so I don't know if you want to call that a bust. Video from Norwich. Checking out these storms. Thank you for the footage. Appreciate it. See the top of the anvil up here. Cool. Thanks for the shot. Beautiful cornfield there. Like to see it. This is from Woodstock. Some rain from Woodstock. Thank you. Woodstock the winds look pretty calm, right? How's southeast Manitoba looking? We were watching that closely, and we're going to go back to it pretty shortly. Thank you for that report, Anonymous. Appreciate it. It's from East Zora and Tavistock. Whoa. Look how beautiful that. Wow. Look at that wild shelf cloud there. It just keeps going and keeps going. Whoa. Great shot. Thank you so much for that. I don't know what camera you're using, but it looks great. Whatever phone that is, it looks fantastic. Cloudy and rainy in Tilsonburg. Got to look to the side. We got to fix that. This was heavy rain from Woodstock. Like to see from the passenger seat. Appreciate it. Coming down to Woodstock there. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. This was from Woodstock. Taking a look at the clouds up there. Quite a bit of motion in those clouds. There's quite a bit of motion there. If you look at this, watch how fast they're moving. They were really moving fast up there. Probably from that weak rotation we're seeing. Let's go back and take a look at Woodstock. We do have a new frame, I think. Yeah, that minor rotation is weakened even more up here. All good. All good, Woodstock and Gobles. Otherwise known as Gobbles. I wonder if there's turkeys in Gobbles. Oh, Brianna says, I think there's a malfunction in the Alberta radar, or maybe one of the Alberta radars is down. I didn't see any outages here, though. Are you sure? Strathmore is up to date.
Is Spirit River near Grand Prairie running? I know that's been having issues lately.
It's running fine.
Okay.
Yeah, on Instant Weather Pro, we have 5:23 Thursday, July 9th. So we got the latest data from Grand Prairie. We got the latest data from Edmonton. There is a couple tiny little storms up here near Whitecourt. The little storms that could. Down here in the severe thunderstorm watch, Schuler's running just fine. Sorry, Strathmore's running just fine. Schuler over here is running just fine. Just keeping an eye on some outflow boundaries, just swimming around here. Yep. No big deal there. No biggie. Yeah, although I don't know Brianna, I don't know what app you're looking at, but on Instant Weather Pro, we've got all the radars are running fine. Let me go back and see. Yeah, they all have every frame. Yep. Let's go look to Fort Mac. Yeah, we got every frame. We got it all. Is Exeter still down? Oh, you betcha. It wouldn't be a severe weather day unless Exeter radar had another malfunction. Let's take a look at where those storms are going to go. By the way, this is the free radar we have on our free app, Instant Weather. It looks this smooth. Now, to be fair, we've talked about this on many live streams. We haven't fixed it on our admin map. This is an admin map that nobody else uses. The future radar on it sometimes goes tick, 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 and that never happens on the app, but it happens here. So here we go. Oh, I have it on like nuclear speed here. Hold on. I think we should actually limit it to 1x speed because it just looks the best. But isn't that smooth? Don't you love smooth radar? Look how smooth it is. So smooth. Nice. Butter smooth radar. Love to see it. That's where that storm from Sarnia is going. Let's go back and take a look at where these storms are going that are near the Tilsonburg area and St. Thomas at the moment. Oh, see, it did that. I don't know why it does that, but it doesn't do that on the app. There's where the Woodstock one is going to the east, probably towards Brantford, potentially, maybe a little bit. It might miss Brantford to the north. Isn't that great? Your radar on app is flawless usually. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. You sent a video from Kitchener. Thank you, Polska. I'll take a look at that. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, where was I? Got to make this. We got to make these load more instantaneously. Like as soon as there's a new report, it should just ping the client here and then automatically load, so that I don't have to keep going and hit refresh. I think maybe it. There's a St. Thomas report. Nick from where is this exactly? Somewhere. Hope you're not driving while you took that photo, but I appreciate the report. Some flooding in southwest Oxford, and this was thunderstorms in St. Thomas. Thank you for the report. Looks like lots of heavy rain in there. Maybe some small hail potentially. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Thanks so much. And this was flooding from southwest Oxford. Let's take a look at that. Let me just rotate that. Oh yeah, look, you can see the flooding here. Yep. Thank you so much for that report. Appreciate it. And that was from Anonymous. Thank you. For those who are wondering, if you do verify your email and your name through the reporting thing, all we do is, even if you put your full name in, we just shrink that down to a letter. So it'll be like, John B or Melissa R. We just basically, we shrink it down to just the letter itself. So we like to protect people's privacy. Do unto others as you want done unto yourself, right? Haven't we all been told that? I've noticed the compass heading wrong if I pan up to the clouds but staying facing the same direction. I wonder if is that when you turn the phone sideways, or is that when you're vertical with the phone? Because I think maybe the compass works better when you're vertical. I think when you turn sideways, that might actually, we probably need to fix that part of it. I don't know if we went that deep into the testing on that feature. All right. This team is so funny. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Do we have recommended settings for Instant Weather Pro web version? I think like the default settings are probably pretty close to the recommended settings. It used to not be that way, but I think we did tweak it. I think there was a few things we do have to change, though. That default, maybe off. Could be the storm relative velocity, I think, possibly. I know Teresa did a bunch of different videos about it as well, too, Mr. MacDaddy. I believe so. But we'll try to make it better. Polska says Instant Weather consistently updates and radar. I've recommended to all family and friends better notifications and updates in live. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Appreciate the support. We just had what looks like a wall cloud go past our house in just east of Woodstock. Yeah, we've been watching that storm. It's pretty far away from the King radar, but what looks like, are you near Showers Corners or Gobles area? It looks like there has been some really weak rotation on that one, but it's pretty darn weak. doesn't look like we're getting to a tornadic level with that storm. Maybe a little bit of hail in there, but I'm not sure that's going to go tornadic at this point. I think we'll probably get rid of that polygon pretty soon. And it looks like Sarnia's getting into it here. Sarnia's getting us a pretty heavy rain on that storm. 6% severe wind risk and a 9% total severe risk on that storm. But only 1% hail and 1% tornado. Okay. Thank you for joining us all this time. We've been live for 7 hours and 21 minutes. Most of that was done by Brennan. At least a good first, 4 hours, Brennan, or something like that? 3-4 hours? All by your lonesome. I guess Alana was helping you out as well, too. And, of course, every wonderful member of our team.
I think it was only about 2, maybe 2.5.
Was it only 2.5, 3 hours? Okay. I thought it was longer. Felt like a lifetime for me. Let's see here. Of not in a bad way for Brendan, but like of me being like, I gotta get to the live stream. That's what felt like a lifetime. Gotta get to the stream. The stream. All right. I think I'm just gonna take a quick 2-minute. I'm just gonna run away for 2 minutes and then I will be right back. Literally 2 minutes. I'll put on what should I put on? I'll put on an original song that I wrote. You might have heard it at the start of the live stream, but it is called Storm Has Passed. I'll throw that on and I'll be right back. Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. You're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. Thunder's gone, rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing out. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom. So love your family, you only get one. Only get one. Storm has passed. The time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone. Maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Ooh, you're gonna be alright. You're gonna sleep just fine tonight, tonight, tonight. You're gonna sleep just fine. All right, I'm back. That was a little song that I wrote about storm anxiety, really. That was mainly the main topic there. I think I'm going to actually play a song for the first time in a long time. We've been so busy with the live stream. I've been so exhausted that I haven't played any songs actually on the stream, but I'll play an oldie but a goodie, maybe the ooey ooey ooh one, if you know that one. If you know that ooey ooh, might play that one for you. Let me know in the comments. Do you want to hear a song before we go? I think we're probably going to shut down the stream. And then, if something down here, or maybe we'll go into a hybrid mode probably. And then if something gets strong down here, we will come back and take a gander at it. But from what we're seeing, things are not looking too strong. Storm heading over to Brantford looks pretty decent. Could be some strong winds in there. But yeah, we've been live for 7.5 hours. Again, if all of a sudden Alberta pops and it starts getting really strong, I think we'll probably at least jump back in to some degree to talk about what's happening. But it might be a bust over there to some degree, it seems like. Now that I said that, I also need to eat dinner at some point in time. That's right, yes. No apologies? All right, I'll play no apologies for you. It's been a while. Let me warm up my voice here. Excuse me. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Actually, yeah, the reason I'm away tomorrow night is because my band is actually playing a show in Toronto for the first time in a long time. So if anybody, if anybody's in Toronto, come out to Sneaky D's tomorrow. My band Face the Lion is going to be playing at Sneaky D's in Toronto tomorrow. So if you don't mind making the drive, and if you like rock and roll, it's rock. It's kind of a little bit harder rock. I don't know what you could compare us to. But yeah, it's heavy rock. It's pretty fun. It's not like screamo or anything, but we rip it pretty hard. Some of the songs are like kind of like, kind of heavier stuff. It's pretty fun. But anyway, so I'll play that original for you. How much is cover? I don't know. I think it's $10 or $15 or something. But yeah, Sneaky D's almost went out of business, actually. But supposedly the business is saved, and we're playing there tomorrow. I don't know what time we're on. Actually, I think we're headlining. So I think we have to sound check. We have to load in at like 4:30 in the afternoon, and then hang out for a bit. I'll be watching radar in case there's anything interesting. And then anyways, we do sound check at I think 5 or 6. We go eat, we chill out, and we watch the other bands. Derby's going to be playing as well too. Derby from Barrie. They're going to be playing. Is there a band on Spotify? Yeah. Go search Face the Lion. Face the Lion Band on Spotify and Apple Music. If you look up the song All On You, that's one that I wrote with the lead singer Anthony. And yeah. Anyways, yeah, he's got like a proper rock voice, so we do a lot of harmonies and stuff. It's really cool. But yeah, come out to Sneaky D's tomorrow if you can. Appreciate it. All right, here's an little original for you. I will not apologize for anything I've done. There's no regrets with who I was, who I have become. It seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer. And I will not be saying sorry. No way I'm saying so. Summer, spring, winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time, look outside, it's something new. And everyone tries to tell me every day's the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. Ooh-wee-oo. 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 apologize for anything I've said. There is no one else but me stuck inside this head. And it seems strange when I look in the mirror. Future's fuzzy, but it's getting clearer. And I will not be saying sorry. No, I'm saying so. Summer, spring, winter, fall. I can't believe I've done them all. Every time I look outside, it's something new. Everyone, they try to tell me every day's the same. They've got no one but themselves to blame. Ooh-wee-oo. Sing it with me, come on. Ooh-wee-oo. All right. Ooh-wee-oo. Thank you. Little original for you there. That one is called No Apologies. I wrote that when I was, 18 years old, 19 years old, maybe 20, something like that. A little while ago. Now that I'm turning 43 in, how many days? What day is it? Like 20 days or something? Good times. Thank you so much, everybody. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you kindly. Reminded me of the Phantom of the Opera vibe. That's so funny you say that. Because we were working on a song that actually had, we were doing that kind of thing. And I was like, wait a minute, that kind of reminds me of the Phantom of the Opera. It kind of had a, but then I realized that actually Pink Floyd did it before Phantom of the Opera. There's a Pink Floyd song, if anybody's a Pink Floyd fan, that goes, it goes almost the same thing. And I'm like, wait a minute. So are we ripping off Phantom of the Opera? And what was his name again? Andrew Lloyd Webber? Andrew Lloyd Webber or something? Are we ripping off him, or are we actually ripping off Pink Floyd? Or did we just come about it naturally? So anyways, yeah. But oh, Polska says, that was amazing encore. Dude, I'm 36 and I just released half an album. Sweet. That's awesome. Send us a link, Polska. I'd love to check it out. Andrew Lloyd Webber. That's right. Yeah, exactly. Send us a link to help@instantweather.ca and I'll check out your album. I have to record one because there's so much. We keep playing this like elevator music. So I'm going to record a whole bunch of songs. And then when there's times we're doing hybrid mode and stuff, instead of the elevator music, we'll put on, maybe that. Or maybe I'll just do some acoustic stuff without vocals just for the background music. So anyways, that'll be the plan. For winter, I think winter I'm going to record a little solo album with a bunch of original tunes. So that would be cool. Usually have a little bit more time in the winter. Not a lot, but a little bit more time. These little storms over by Whitecourt, Alberta look pretty boring. Things are pretty calm right now. I know we do still have a tornado watch across Manitoba, but not seeing too much action. That rotation weekend, those strong winds might have been a glitch on that weather station, but we're going to have to find that out. The stuff going through Sarnia area right now, tiny little bit of rotation down there, but it looks actually pretty boring. Yeah, that storm's...
I just got a notification that the severe watch in Alberta has been ended.
Aha, so they've basically confirmed it is a bust. Alberta is a bust, which is, you know what? That's okay. Alberta just had tornadoes yesterday. I think they need a break. Like Manitoba and Saskatchewan have just been nonstop. It's been wild. They get a tiny little break and they're back at it. How many, two extreme risks from Environment Canada in one season? The last one was 9? What did we figure it out? It was 9 years ago or 8 years ago or something ridiculous. So it was a long or no, it was 6? I forget. I don't know.
Pretty sure it was 7.
7, okay. So 7 years ago, they had an extreme risk, and then this year they had them on one day, and then either the next day or the day after that. It was like one day in between, two extreme risks from Environment Canada for Manitoba. So they've been dealing with a ton of stuff there. A ton. It's been ridiculous. So anyways, okay, I think probably we'll shut down the stream for this at this point in time. If things do really kick it up a notch and start to get bananas, then I may jump on briefly, just throw up radar and jump on briefly if something gets wild. But I think I'm going to go eat dinner. I think probably Brennan wants to do the same thing if he hasn't already. And Elaine as well, too.
I'm going to make some chicken wings. I'm excited.
Ooh. How do you throw those in the microwave? You're actually cooking them in the stove? Are you getting fancy?
I have frozen ones.
Okay, so
air fryer.
Air fryer. Oh, yeah, nice. You got like a Ninja? Those things are sweet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got one. It's so good. It's sweet potatoes, by the way. If you cook them up like little squares and they put them in the air fryer, they are so good. If they're just a little, almost slightly burnt where they're kind of crunchy, it's so good. I know
what you're talking about because I make home fries that way with regular potatoes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, regular potatoes. Obviously, regular home fries in there work amazing as well too. Yeah, but sweet potato is always so tricky because sometimes it's like too mushy or sometimes it's like too burnt and then it's just like kind of ruins it, right? So there's like a super sweet spot that the air fryer seems to nail with that. But anyways, I don't know what I'm talking about. I can't cook anything, so it's my lovely wife. But anyways, so that's it, folks. We're done for now. We may be back at another time. Where send music, says Polska. Send it to help@instantweather.ca. So HELP@instantweather.ca. Send your link there. I'd love to check it out. So thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all soon. Thank you, Brennan, for streaming for the first few hours of the stream. I really appreciate it, bud. And you killed it. You rocked it. You're awesome.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone.
Have a great evening. Thank you so much, Alana.
You're very welcome.
And thanks to Smith and Patricia and Lindsay and Miss Esri and Dalton and Cody and Cole and Teresa. Anybody else who I forgot? I'm thinking Matt as well. There's just so many wonderful people on our team. Thank you, wonderful community. We really appreciate it. And here, I'll put the link in the comments here. It's help@instantweather.ca. There, it's in the comments if you want to read it there. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you all very soon. And again, if things get crazy, we may jump on a little bit later. We'll see. So thank you so much. We'll talk to you all. Happy birthday, Brenda. Bye, everybody. I still got to grab that thing. I still got to pick up my mail, Brenda. I'll get on that. So thank you for sending me whatever it is that you sent me, but I appreciate it. She sent me a birthday gift. That was very kind of you. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you all soon. Bye-bye.